Every time I struggle with unmuting myself somehow. Anyway, hello friends and bees and friends who are also bees, and welcome to yet another Final Fantasy XIV stream. Today we're going to be doing all of the non-MSQ stuff that we didn't get to yesterday, so that includes Eden, Werlyt, the capstones, and then also the Yoha quest. I haven't decided exactly how I'm going to do it yet. I might just like start with Eden and start working through that, and then so rather than like unlock each thing and then do unlocks as I queue and go backwards and forwards, just like go through one chain and go through another and so on. I'm going to try and get through everything today, mostly because I just want to get it done, and then next Tuesday is the Starlight Festival, well, it starts on Monday, but I'll be doing it on Tuesday, so I'll do that probably on Maeve, and then I'll decide whether I'm going to swap over to our shard for story stuff, or if I'm going to stay on Maeve for a bit and go back and like, you know, do my dailies and my raids and stuff like that. Sorry, I'm just sighing because this stupid video game doesn't behave the way I tell it to. So like, don't mind me just sighing to myself. Also, as always, if you hear a ka-thunk, it's because I have that ka-thunk. It's because I have my traditional now mug of tea. For the last year and then this year again, pardon me, my mum got me a tea advent calendar. Because yes, my family still does advent calendars. We do the whole Christmas thing. We do presents, we do advent calendars, the whole shebang. Especially at the moment because it's just the three of us and the dog. Last Christmas and this Christmas, Mum is very much like, although last Christmas a family friend came around, but we're gonna do traditional Christmas as if my brother and I are still kids, because family. I got distracted by a light moving outside and then realised it's a helicopter. I live very close to a seaplane landing point, which means that every so often we get really low airplanes. It tends to be during the day, so luckily not when I'm streaming, but they will be really loud and they will fly basically directly over the block of flats that I live in, and it's terrifying. Anyway, to return to the point, Mum got me a tea advent calendar by a tea brand that I like, which has a different type of their tea for each day of Advent. So today I have got Black Currant Beauty, which is really nice, fruity and berry-ish and very warm and wintry and comforting. Sweet but not overwhelmingly sweet, which is what I like. Mostly I drink a lot of herbal tea. Sometimes green, not always. I don't tend to like matcha. My favourite tea of all time is this yerba mate tea, which I got from a place in Nottingham, and has come with me to the States. Both of my loose leaf teas came with me, wrapped up very tightly and tucked into a suitcase like, please, they're not drugs, they're just loose leaf tea. The other one I can't remember, it's called like Toffee Bonfire or something like that, and it's quite smoky and very wintry. Anyway, let's swap to the gameplay. I, as always, logged out in thingamajig, you know, thingamajig. Because that's where I log. Your followers, Lucia Everblack, and box this side up, which I like. Oh, desk chair, there we go. Also, I apologise in advance. I feel very much like I'm about to get a nosebleed at any point, so we'll see how that goes. Right. As it so often does, my ear hurts. Should I be fiddling with it? No. Am I? Yes. Right, sorry, was posting in the Discord. We've got a Bunny Bee and an Oyster Bee. Online ATM. Let's start by unlocking Eden, which I'm gonna guess will be in the Crystarium. Probably I should have looked this up beforehand, but I didn't, and now we all must suffer. Uh, 5.4 patch notes. All of my Google search history is absolutely wrecked by the research I've been doing for a paper I'm working on. Oh no, it's Unrang. I shouldn't have teleported here. Oh well, we'll see if there's any unlocks to... No, we won't. We'll teleport to Unrang. We have got safekeeping and then the capstone quests after that, but let's just start with Eden, because I'm researching Odin tomorrow, a specific aspect of Odin tomorrow. You may have noticed it when I first... Oh no, you won't because of how things work, but anyway, I accidentally titled this stream Odin, Werlyt, etc. and then I was like, no, that's not right. But it's just because that's where my brain went. I'm gonna try something, bear with me. No, this isn't gonna work. Oops, sorry. No. I was like, maybe I can there we go. What I need to do is I need to, and then I sit further back rather than sitting all the way in my computer like this. If I sit like this, it's a bit better. I need to train myself to stop defaulting to that second monitor and looking at this monitor, the one right here, as the one that my camera's at. Maeve, so the rumours of your knack for being in the right place at the right time are true. You see, we've just completed our preparations for another expedition into the empty. Miss Reen and Miss Gaia agreed it's high time you all went back to see how things are coming along, though I must say being at the beck and call night and day does test my patience on occasion. Well, 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 fancy seeing you here. Maeve. We were just getting ready for another ride on Skyscraper. Care to join us? There was one thing I should mention before you depart. Now the situation on Yormore has settled down somewhat, my associates have made some headway in investigating your past, Miss Gaia. Is that so? I thought that's what you wanted. So did I, but I quite like the way things are now. Digging around in my past might, I don't know, spoil it somehow. Besides, uncovering the truth behind the voice in my head and my strange powers is bound to be more interesting than whatever life it was I had in Yormore. I understand. We'll find the answers, together, just like we do everything else. How were the coffee biscuits? Oh, they were delicious as always, but I hear they're quite fattening, so we usually just buy one and have half each. And then you always get another one anyway. Yeah, but we break that one in half too, so it's fine. Then we may as well have one each to begin with. Honestly, Reen, I sometimes wonder if you've got biscuits for brains. They are. I don't care if they're friends or girlfriends, so... I must say, my time in the Crystarium has been rather enjoyable. We even had a chance to make a necklace from the ice crystal we found. In case you were wondering, I haven't been neglecting my training. I wouldn't want my skills to get rusty just because Thancred's not around. I'm ready for whatever lies ahead. Your Neonche would also be pleased to hear you've had your head in those fusty old tomes. I've even done a bit of studying myself. After all, it's time for us to take care of the empty now. Absolutely mixed my voices around for that, my bad. This one's Gaia's voice and this one's Reed's voice. Looking forward to seeing how things have changed since our last visit. Come on, let's head over to the derrick. I'm intrigued too. So like, I've had it... I was talking to Ostra and Ostra, Grace and Swilly about this the other day. People I mostly play FF14 with. That I doubt in this game they would ever like canonize a relationship between any of the characters. If somebody's in a relationship, it's because they, like certainly the main characters, is because they were introduced to us as being in that relationship. To that end, I really don't care if Gaia and Reen are like girlfriends or friends. I don't care if it's platonic or romantic or etc. I just like seeing them be happy together. That's what I care about. My camera's slipped up again. Right. That's that. You can still see the yellow of the flag, which is the most important thing, so. You can't really see the lights because I have my this light on. You could see it better if the flag was upside down, but I don't want to go to the effort of turning it over, so, or having it upside down for that matter. This time, those giant ant-things had the good sense to leave us alone on our way here. Seems they've learned their lesson. Don't suppose you fancy taking the helm this time? Don't ask me to drive. Wait, I'll pilot this time. Oh, I didn't realise you knew how. Well, you were off training. I was practising with another sky slipper they have at the Crystarium. Really? That's fantastic. Hardly. You've been more than pulling your own weight, and I just want to do what I can to contribute more. So you two can sit back, relax, and leave it to me. Gaia certainly kept that quiet. And then she looks so apprehensive, you know. Let's get going, shall we? I don't really want any of these. Fine, spell speed, I guess. I'm just going to sell it anyway, so I should go for whatever sells most. I do really want this mount, I just don't necessarily want to do even for E4S, you know? It's so strange seeing you at the controls. Why didn't you tell me you'd been practicing? I thought I'd surprise you, that's all. Well, consider me surprised. All this time I thought you were only good for smashing things with your hammer. Huh, bring that up again and you can walk the rest of the way. Best behave. I wouldn't want to get stranded in the empty and miss the festival. Suppose this is the first you've heard of it. We haven't exactly been keeping it a secret, but it's still in the planning stages. You see, the return of the night skies brought a lot of strangers, and while everyone is glad, the reality is it's also stressful, having to adapt to a new way of life. Seeing how hard our elders are working to keep the Crystarium running, youths like myself came up with the idea of hosting an event as a way of expressing our appreciation. Once we return from the empty, I'll be helping as one of the organisers. I'd offer to help, but I think you have everything well in hand. I wouldn't be so sure about that, but I'd try my best to make it a success. If everything goes well, all you need to do is turn up and enjoy yourself. How about you, Gaia? Would you like to help with the festival? What's that? I wasn't listening. My leg is cramping up a bit. Piloting this thing must have made me more tense than I'd realised. Then let one of us take over. No, I'll be fine. Well, as long as you're sure. But if you feel like switching places, just say the word. Pardon me. Runny nose. No, how can this be? think that explains it. Like, does this mean there's still too much of it in the empty? I'm no expert, but this might be a result of losing control when you restore the ice element. Even though I tried to use darkness to hold back the light spilling forth, it seems it wasn't enough. Then we're right back to where we started. This is all my fault. No, Reem, you mustn't blame yourself. The problem with doing these ones where I read out all the dialogue, restore the darkness while you still can, is that I don't have time to drink my tea. A familiar voice, an inescapable fate, the promise of salvation at the precipice of ruin. In the remnants of a lost past, I would find my truth. Dun dun dun. I can smell cooking and it's making me hungry despite just having had my dinner. It's been so long since Kai had one of her headaches, I thought the fairy might have disappeared for good. Do you think it's got something to do with Eden? So, fun fact, I had canon for, not for me, but for Asha and my alt, that when they get messages from the Mother Crystal, from Heidelin, it's a very similar thing. They get a very sharp headache, and it basically, the whole like staggering and being out of it thing is because basically a bolt of knowledge has jumped into their brain through this sort of horrible headache, and they have to make sense of it. And that's sort of how one of the reasons that Ashad really is not happy with Heidelin in general, because he sort of views her as just someone who causes him pain and makes him do things that he doesn't want to do, and he's by no means a willing participant in anything, so Heidelin basically gives him headaches and says, you have to do this or else. Restore darkness. What did you say, Gaia? Restore the darkness to the world flooded by light. That's it. We thought we'd restored balance to the 6 elements, but perhaps they're still too strongly aligned with light. If that's the case, maybe you can set things right by using darkness. By using darkness? Are you serious? But hold on, it might actually work. Gaia, that's a brilliant idea. I wouldn't go that far. I just remembered what I learned during our adventures, that's all. But does this mean we'll need to call on your services? This does mean we'll need to call on your services again, if that's alright with you. You got it. We've come this far together, and we'll see our mission to the end. To Eden's core. Let's go. Thanks to that one Drac video, whenever I say let's go, my brain just goes hopical. Hopical. Just thanks to that Drac video. I like before that video, I didn't even know what it was, so. Yeah. Puggies are flirting with each other in Say Chat. The Revel Keeper stuff is really nice. Okay. Say one thing before we start. If this all goes horribly wrong, don't even think about pinning it on me. Not that it will, of course. Right, let's get started. Were there any primals aligned with darkness? I can't seem to recall any. You mean there isn't one? Ascian's god Zodiac may be suitable, but we need something that Maeve has actually encountered, and preferably defeated. Well, does it have to be a primal for it to work? If it's just a lot of darkness that we need, perhaps there are other ways to get it. You might be right. What we need ultimately is a state of highly charged darkness. Shouldn't matter what form it takes. Does anything come to mind, Maeve? I dare say the Flood of Darkness had a fair bit of darkness. I mean, the catastrophe that swallowed the 13th and turned it into a lifeless void? We might need something on a slightly smaller scale. I mean, Cloud of Darkness. Can't begin to imagine how powerful it must have been. I'd say we found the perfect candidate. Fucked up my voices again. But where to find a suitable place, one where darkness is strong? Won't be easy in a world flooded by light. Well, we've got a Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Darkness right here. Seems like a good enough spot to me. But what about the lighter land ether that's all around us? That's where you come in. You can suppress the light while I draw out the darkness. By combining our powers, we can make it work wherever we are. Combining our powers. And that's sort of what we are as the Warrior of Light and Darkness. Yes, between us, there's nothing we can't achieve. Don't be afraid, Gaia. I'm not afraid, just very concerned this will all go horribly wrong, which is the same thing, I suppose. Anyway, certainly not easy coming up with these plans by ourselves. That's true, but when this is over, we can reward ourselves with all sorts of delicious treats at the festival. A festival? What do you mean? We spoke about it on the way here, remember? I asked if you wanted to take part. I was busy piloting the Sky Slipper, so I probably wasn't paying attention. Oh well, not to worry. We can talk about that later. Right now, we've got a job to do. Gaia having memory problems? I'll draw out the ambient ether, and I'll shift its alignment to darkness. And I'll travel the quality. Now, Maeve, focus your thoughts. Memories of the cloud of darkness that shroud your mind. Nice. Let's do it. There's enough people around that hopefully it'll pop relatively quickly. God, I do need to exchange my Phantasmagoria. Forgot I exchanged it on our shard, but not Maeve. Sorry, I have a friend called Rahela, and so this person's name absolutely confused me. Come on, people. I've called forth real voids not before, so everyone tells me anyway, but this is unknown territory for me. With the two of you by my side though, I'm sure it'll work. There she is. This is the first time we tried this since that disaster with Shiva, so I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Even so, I can't afford to waver now. Meanwhile, I'll just sit here and look at puggy outfits. People who have the exotic hair. It's nice. I'm still like putting together outfits for my ult for our shard. So I'm like constantly looking at puggy outfits to see I'm looking at Puggy outfits to find nice clothes so that I can potentially put our shard in them later. Because I have a very specific aesthetic for him. Let's do a pretty dance while we wait for this to pop. Jesus, where are the puggies at? There's so many people here. I'd have thought some of them would be queuing for E9. Well, I wonder if E12 has been cleared yet. Just appears to like not be happening. Maybe it'll pop soon. In the meantime, let me have a look. So, to pick up Werlyt, we need to go to the locks. To do that, Yoha is in Kalusia, and the capstone is in the Crystarium. Okay. I'll probably do this, then I'll go do the capstone and the others, then I'll do Yoha, and then I'll finish on Werlyt, I think, just because thematically we're sort of finishing out this source at the first rather, and then moving back to the first. Cannot believe, should I do this as healer? I don't want to though. I hate healing things for the first time. Maybe I should go do Yoha. By the time Oster gets out of his EX party, we'll be done. Come on, people. Queue for E9 with me. The queues weren't even this bad when I was doing this on our shard, like, very recently. I guess because people were doing that through trial relay. Still. Intense meow. Pardon me, sorry. I unfortunately really don't have anything like interesting to speak about. Been thinking about there is somebody here with a snowman's head, which is nice. I do like... Oh no, I thought it was a snowman head. It was a puffy hat that from behind looks like a snow hat. Well, rip. There is a Moogle over there, as it should be. Should I draw and requeue in case the servers are having problems? Anyway, all I've been thinking about today is like... goddesses and their worshippers, but not to the degree where I feel comfortable rambling about it on stream. So this is the Shadowless Code of Fending, which I believe is from the dungeon. It looked really good. I really like how... What helmet is that? Helm. Is it diable? No, apparently not. I really like how all of the new gear looks, I have to say. There's a lot of stuff that, like, my old Myron will wear because she's very into, like, armor. She dresses sensibly. Whereas, like, a lot of that spiky armor stuff just doesn't work for me, for example, because they dress more like this, you know? Like, just in general. You know. I wonder what the aesthetic is going to be for the next expansion. Like, we have to remake all of our glamours to have like spy aesthetic or something. Having made like emo goth glamours. I made a new glamour for every class that I play on Maeve, and then was like, but I don't actually properly play two of them. I have Bard and Dark Knight unlocked, but I really do not play it very often. What? Gun is that? Augmented long gun. It is a nice gun. This is the Exarchic Coat of Healing, which looks kind of silly on Maeve without like good legs, but looks really good on girl characters. I think it'll look really nice on our shard too. Not sure about these boots, I have to say, but this is a really good aesthetically combined outfit. It definitely does look like all part of the same outfit. It matches the name as well. Come on, right, it's been 10 minutes, nothing's happening. I'm gonna requeue. Nope, still saying wait time 20 minutes. Hey, oy vey. Oh well, I'll just sit here and enjoy looking at people's glamours. Again, it looks way better on girl characters than on male characters. It's the boob window. What's that? Ooh, that is nice. I want to try out the new C pose actually, or the new idle pose. Looking appropriately sassy. Just like waiting for Oster to get out of his thing so that he can come tank or heal this for me and maybe pop it a bit quicker. Maybe I should swap to healer. Thing is, I really don't want to heal this for the first time. So, like, if there's one thing I don't want to do, it's to start this by being a healer. Like there. I wonder how many of us are like scooting around because we're also waiting for cues to pop. Okay. That's a really good look. Mogfork aside, that is a really good look. Enjoy looking at the puggies instead. Wish I had something interesting to say or some way of passing the time, but I was like, oh yeah, I'll just do Eden rather than doing anything else. This is not the way to do it. Anyone online? Roommate is... I always forget that I'm in a link shell with Yaoi Smart. On me streaming though, I think. I don't know what they're doing. People appear to be like in the raid, just not queuing for it with me. Whatever. Also should be out in like 5 minutes. While we're doing this, I'm actually going to... Oh, there we go. Come on, 4th DPS. Don't be AFK, please. Please. There we go. God. Astonishing that took us about 20 minutes to queue for.
I'm drawing out the darkness. Get ready.
There she is.
It worked, Gaia. We've done it.
Minimal clothes, maximum boob. Huh. That's what she looks like. Huh. Right. Let's see how this goes. I like this samurai who popped sprint there. See how this goes. Ground racing particle beam. That looks like a... okay, that's a raid wide. Art of Darkness. No, what the shit? Guessing we have to. I was definitely out of that, but okay. Zero form particle beam. That's Tank Buster. Off everything in our shadow. People seem to be standing. Okay, so that's be in, I guess, or out. Darkness swallows all, even the ground beneath your feet. Jump detail. Okay. Ow. So I guess we need to not stand on specific bits. Okay, and you want to either hit knockback prevention or get knocked back, knocked into an AoE. I don't know what to do with those. Bring them away, don't bring them into people. Genuinely have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing here. Rejuvenating balm. Ah. Deluge of darkness could be. We shall all return to nothingness. Wide. Oh, that's a painful one that was. Zero from particle beam, that's a tank buster. I'm guessing this is going to be, oh no, just one in each, okay. Didn't get hit that time. First time for everything, huh? Oh fuck, I didn't even notice that Puppy was down. Ah, planes, that was a raid wide? Or is that just the transition one? Okay, right. So this is stand. Where's the charge clouds? Hope, despair, veil what feeds us. I guess we just want to maybe not stand in one place for too long, or... Oops. Just be careful where we do stand. Maybe you don't want to stand... Okay, I think you just don't want to be standing in one place for too long. I think that's what it is. That's definitely the raid wide. So I guess in Savage you're going to each have like 2 of these that you stand on and you swap between the 2 of them. So you want to be where she isn't. Well. Well. Well, I'm going to be honest. I didn't get much of that. Puggy says, any questions about mechs? And it's like, well, yes, lots, but this is day 2. I'm going in blind. Blowing snake to see which side she's going to swing. Okay. Dance accidentally early pulls. Right, ground raising particle beam. We know this one is raid wide. Art of Darkness is not on the side that she's hitting. Wide angle is B. She'll do a thing in front of her. Zero form is the tank buster. Empty plane is the transition. You get hit no matter where you stand. Right, so you want to be not on the orange ones. And then you get this, which causes problems if you stand on one plate for too long. One presumes. Ground raising particle beam is the ray wide. I wonder how long you can stand for. Art of Darkness I'm going to get hit by. Need to pay more attention to that. Come on, Fly Ultima. That one didn't count, the dancer early pulled. So, standing on the outside for those squares. I want to see what happens when you stand on them, but I will not. Art of Darkness. Be not where her orb is. Cool. Waveform. Really, you want to be inside her circle for this bit as much as possible, I think, to avoid it better. Plane is the transition. I want to be, I'm gonna grab this square here. That's my square. Backwards a bit. Obscure woods. I can't remember what this one does. Oh, it makes AoEs be places. I just want to be in and you're good, really. Right. So tether and then you run away to break it. Okay. Still get smacked, but Please pick me up. Thanks. Our monk is not accepting the res, so... I'd love to see it. Right. Here. Deluge of Darkness is raid wide. Raid wide. Pick up the healer. Go from particle beam, that's the buster. In each of these. Okay, seems like they're back now. Art of Darkness meant to be over here. Work that one out now at least. Right, empty plane, transition. Be inside the bubble. Be standing on the tank really. So I will claim this one for me. Right, we want to fuck up the clouds as long as we can. I think. I was not paying attention to her attack there. Right, what's this? Anti-air particle beam. Right, so we want to stand on specific things. Art of Darkness, can move over here. Hit that slightly early, but that's okay. Ground raising particle beam, raid wide. I'm so glad I didn't come in with Soul's Healer because I would not know what to do. Right. Ow. 78,000 damage, that's unfair. And annoyingly, I'd hit Lucid. Right. So for wide angle phaser, she goes towards a place and then shoots outside, so I guess you want to be next to her. Oh god, it was oh. I had my toe in there. I should have stood over here. Go on an LV3. Rather than slow west pressing. I suppose it's only two of us, but still. Be quicker and easier. No? Okay. Managed to get my, spread my dot at least. Right. Going to want to move over here. Heart of Darkness. Oh my god, where is it? Right. There we go. Moment of Intense Terror. I'm like, did it go? Round raising particle beam. Raid 1. I'm gonna pick the healer up. And hit the wrong button. Absolutely certain I hit res, but I guess I didn't. Okay, I'll get the dancer then. Right, so now we want to pull it away so that it breaks. Keep an eye on where she is. Wide angle phaser, so we want to be here. I've never been alive for this one, so we'll see how this goes. Okay, yeah, so we want to be right up on the side of her. Cool. Almost had it. Nice going, us. Phew. Well, that one was a bitch. Gonna calm thy Umbra, because they resed me so many times. By Ultima, sorry. I want to wear that armor of lost antiquity, right? Need on everything. Nice. Right, oh bugger, I'm gonna start, I'm gonna make room for these. Whatever. I'll sort my inventory out off camera, it is not interesting to watch. Nice. Oh, and I got 2 comms. Oh my word. Astonishing. So that was what a world flooded with darkness would look like. That all went surprisingly well. Of course, we have Maeve to thank for slaying that ghastly creature. You were a fantastic guy. Anyone would think you're an old hand at this. You weren't so bad yourself. We make quite a team, don't we? We certainly do. I don't know about you two, but I'm itching to see whether our hard work has paid off. Let's head back. Don't have money on my mind, money on my mind. Do for I do for the strength. Plants are just as lifeless as they were before. Maybe the light's influence is still too strong. What in the world? Oh my god, I want one for my house. And if you fleeting hues an endless warmth, a gentle warmth washed over me. A glimmer of hope once lost. Genuinely want it for my house. Both my FC house and my real house. You can't see it, but I have glitter stuff everywhere, including the mask that I wear, which supports queer homeless youth in the UK. Back home in London. Actually, I'm gonna pose it up, because then I can do this. Well, for some reason I seem insistent on looking down rather than oh no, I know how to do this. There we go. Obviously have to get screenshots. I'm still not sure what that enormous crystal actually does, or why it changes colour, but I'm sure it didn't look like that before. Lightning, fire... Lightning, water, air, earth... It's the orange colour. So I have to look this up because my brain is empty, no thoughts. So we've got air, which is blue, earth, which is yellow, bowl of embers, fire is red, Werlyt, water is blue, lightning, oh, and ice, I guess. Well, it's a rainbow, that's what matters. We took the scales away from the light, I'm sure of it, but something's wrong, very wrong. I do like the eye pose, it's just standing there with your hands on your hips. Hello, Oster. It's so great, I love it. Also, how appropriate for this raid, right? Eden's for the gays. For 100 long years I have waited for this moment. I knew it! You've been hiding inside Eden all this time. What? Oh, not another one. Why are they here too? Shit's this? An Ascian. I am Mitron, servant of Zodiac. Eat shit. The voice that has whispered to me all my life. Indeed, and thanks to you, I am all but free from my prison of light. Does that mean Eden was used a way to steal an Ascian? Wait, that is Eden, an Ascian transformed into a Sin Eater. I've heard enough about Ascians to know they're nothing but trouble, but I never imagined that one of them was behind all this. Thought that restoring the darkness was my idea, but this was your plan from the very beginning. Why must they appear? It was, but all it took was the slightest suggestion. The rest was entirely your own doing. Ah, my freedom is so close. I can almost taste it. Finally, my soul may journey beyond the flesh to which I am bound. I knew you would come for me, Gaia. Don't flatter yourself. You caused me nothing but pain. If I'd helped you, it wasn't intentional. Even now your memories elude you. Hearken unto me, Gaia, and remember. Stubble. It really is Asians all the way down. That aliens mean, but it's just Asians. Asians. In an age past, the world you know as the 13th was flooded by darkness. Like ripples in water, the repercussions were felt in other shards, none more so here or not first. It became perilously imbalanced and susceptible to the influence of light. Were light to consume the first as darkness did the 13th, it would likewise become a lifeless void, lost to our cause. We could not allow this mistake to be repeated. It was our duty to safeguard this world from the self-same fate that you caused. After a time, Squatch conceived of a plan to trigger a rejoining, utilising the very light we'd laboured to keep in check, and tasked us with bringing the plan to fruition. But at the last we were thwarted by Ardbert and his companions. Though our resolve was strong, theirs was stronger still, and as we fell, so too was the light unleashed. For us, however, death is not the end. Though our bodies may perish, our souls live on, withdrawing but temporarily to the rift. Until you can find a new body to possess. I too would have been reborn, but ere my soul could leave its corporeal form, Ardbert struck me with the blade at the purest light, and that light enveloped my body, twisting it beyond recognition. The boy! Eden, the first Sin Eater. My soul felt such agony as I'd never known, and then I knew no more. In my insensate, instinctive state, influenced by Ardbert's fervent desire to banish darkness, I unleashed the light burgeoning within me, and it spread as an all-consuming wave to every corner of the world. Oh no! I'm definitely going to do the capstones after this. The flood of light. So that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. All would have been lost had not the one called Minfilia appeared. Halting the light's inexorable advance, she saved what little still remained of the world. In the process, she also restored to me a sliver of my consciousness, though I remained trapped in my altered form. Motionless, I was capable only of feeble whispering. Emmett Selk, couldn't he have saved you? Because he's a dipshit. Perhaps he could have, if such had been his wish. Far easier, however, to simply find another piece of my fractured soul to replace me. From his perspective, there was no need to intervene and potentially disturb the balance of ether, and so here I remained. So after he failed, he left you here to rot. Some friend he turned out to be. Thus abandoned, I called out for what seemed an eternity to the only soul who could save me. You, Gaia. All this time you were calling to me for help? Yes, but you'd forgotten me. Forgotten our duty. The vestiges of your true power remained. You could not wield it at will. Time went by and eventually change came. The light began to subside and the dark of night returned. I guess she's got an Asian inside her. Gradually, my voice grew stronger until I was able to exert my will over you. You wanted me to free your soul from Eden, which is why you had me attack it. Another plan that ended in failure, thanks to Maeve. Muscle. Indeed. Thankfully, your subsequent attempts to restore this barren land allowed Eden to absorb more and more ether, lying closer to darkness, gradually eroding the cage of light that holds me. I know, right? Well, this is true, but I presume she's notably, I wonder if she's another soul shard of his in that sense. Owing to your most recent efforts, my mind is wholly my own once more, and I am able to project my image beyond these confines. Then all this time we've been helping to free an Asian? It's a fine tale, but why should I care about any of it? What are you to me? Come with me to Eden's core. There, all shall become clear. Wait! It's so good. I was doing the MSQ and we kept having this dramatic zoom and it would just be Moghead. So I like doing that on our shard because then I actually see the expression that Wald is supposed to be making. I have a bad feeling about this, but if we want to restore the land, we need to know what we're dealing with. Waggles eyebrows. Exactly, right? I just realised something. If Eden has been absorbing all that rebalanced ether, that must be why we struggle to restore life to the empty. I suppose we can think about that later though. More importantly, it seems I've lost control of Eden, most likely because of the Ascian. Werlyt specifically warned us not to listen to the Faerie's honeyed words, so I think we better think about this before we go rushing in. If only he and Thancred were here now. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, Gaia. I shouldn't be so quick to lose heart. What? No, that's not what I meant. Who are Werlyt and Thancred? Yep. Wait, I know these people. I'm sure of it. But why can't I remember them? I thought something was strange when I mentioned the festival on board Eden. So it was as though you had no recollection of our earlier conversation. This is most likely connected to Mitron. Damn it all. What more is that fiend going to take from me? To tell the truth, the thing that frightens me most is that you might forget about us. Angry poser noises. That won't happen. For every memory I lose, we'll make 2 more together. And if I need to know something, I can just ask you. Why not start by telling me about Werlyt and Thancred? To be honest, my nerves are all a jitter, so I need something to help me settle down before we confront Mitron. With a helpful mug of stew, tea. Werlyt is probably the most intelligent person I know. He spends a lot of time reading, but he also says he can't learn everything from books, and encouraged me to go out and see the world for myself. Sounds sensible to me. Much better to experience things firsthand than to read about someone else's. Like those coffee biscuits. No book could ever describe how good they taste. Is there anything else you can tell me about him, Maeve? He is devoted to the study of prophecies. Like your boy. Sort of. Prophecies are funny things, if you ask me. If people knew that something terrible was going to happen, they'd go and prevent it, which would make the prophecy untrue. I wonder what Werlyt would say to that. Werlyt is like Maeve's senpai. As for Thancred, he's the one who freed me from Ylmor. At first I thought of him as my knight in shining armour, but really he was much more than that. We travelled all over Northrend and he helped me become the person I am today. He even gave me my name. He's also an expert in infiltration. Our shard will do the making fun of them for everyone else. That would explain how he was able to sneak into Ylmor and rescue the damsel in distress, just like in the songs. I'm hardly a damsel in distress. Well, I suppose I was back then, but Thancred taught me how to fight and survive. Actually, while we're on the subject, that gunblade over there belonged to Thancred. As far as mementos go, it's a bit on the cumbersome side, but it reminds me of our adventures together. Even though there's little chance I'll ever see him again, it still feels like he's here with me. Keeping your memories close. You know what? I should keep a diary. Even if I forget everything, at least I'll have something to look back on. That's a brilliant idea. Since we're going to be making lots of new memories together, maybe I could write in it too? As long as you improve your handwriting before you go scrawling all over it. I'd like your entries to be vaguely legible if you don't mind. Of course, your ladyship. And then we can bring a copy to Thancred in your jail and let them know how things are going. Before we do that, we've got an Ascian to deal with. Let's get this over with. Eden is for the gays. This is canonical. No, I don't have a problem with lost father figures, you do. It was good to hear about our friends, but I still have no recollection of them whatsoever. It's just like all those things Mitron was saying. How can I even tell if they're true or not if I don't remember? No point in dwelling on it, though. When I think back on the days I spent with everyone, it's always the tiny, frivolous details that spring to mind. The smiles, the little gestures. It's not as though I made a conscious effort to remember them, but they stuck with me all the same. I suppose that's what memories are. A collection of all those seemingly insignificant moments. While they may not have made a huge difference in the grand scheme of things, they mean the world to me. Graham's soft skin. Act like nothing ever mattered, but it meant the world to me. Listen to that while going through heartbreak and then you start crying at the club. We came as you asked, so start talking. Why settle for mere words when I offer something far greater? Eden will now afford you a glimpse of the past. More than a glimpse, in fact. It will be as real as any of the foes you've conjured forth. Conjured forth? Wait, you don't mean to perform a summoning, do you? I do. I shall recreate the battle of 100 years past, which pitted Ardbert and his fellow warriors of light against their nemesis, the Shadowkeeper. Scream, cat scream emoji. The nemesis? You mean Silver? Then you should know that name. The true identity of the Shadowkeeper, emissary of chaos. And what do you hope to achieve with this history lesson of yours? You shall see. You shall remember. Now your very soul will revisit that fateful day 100 years ago. Gaia, you can't trust Mitron. If you do, you'll end up being manipulated again. Breen. You're right. My days of being controlled by this demon are over. I have a new life now, and I won't let anyone take that away from me. Just have it like a little... My will is my own. You have no will over me. Hold over me. Words are difficult. Like this music. This is all you're doing, accursed minions of light. I should be the one at her side, not you or anyone else. I will take her beyond the reach of your poisonous influence and keep her safe. Oh. What have you done with Gaia? Nothing yet, but soon I will restore her to her true self, and you will help me to do so by conquering the adversary I present before you. Oh no, is she Silver's? Is she Silver's spirit? Oh, absolutely have to do the capstones after this. Fuck you, I've got capstones to do. Exactly, right? Big cat scream emoji. Energy. I knew it was risky trusting an Ascian, but you played right into Mitron's hands. We'll do whatever it takes to save Gaia. Look up, Meska. Agreed. There's no telling what kind of danger she's in, but wherever she is, I know she's giving her all. Even though we're apart, we'll fight as one. Together we'll bring an end to Mitron's wicked schemes. After this I'm going to have to Google Mitron, because I'm sure he showed up in the MSQ before, like, properly. Looks like Mitron's grip on Eden's loosened someone, perhaps to allow me to send you to the battlefield. Once you get there, don't let your guard down. While this may be a reenactment of the moment of history, the threat you face is very real. Whatever happens, you must make it through this. Gaia's counting on us. Oster Tree. I went between Lobster Tree and Osterby there. Do you want to come along for E9, E8, E10? I'll get there eventually. One of them. Wish I knew more about the Shadowkeeper. Then at least we'd be a little prepared. All I can say is, please be careful. Okay. I'm sure he's appeared in cutscenes, so... That's... what I'm thinking of. Whoa, watch as I accidentally hit the wrong button. Sorry, I keep opening Steam up. Whoops, I registered and forgot to invite Oster to party. Whoops. So dumb. Mitron, FF14. Can't believe I accidentally wrote no rather than NP. Right, I'm gonna AFK super duper quickly. I'll be back in a mo. The terror of thinking a Q may have popped when you've been AFK. Okay. Sick. Yeah, my memories are all boned. Okay. Apparently it refers to Mitron the Chastiser from FF12. Well, intriguing. The thing is, I want to go do the capstone now, but I want to do it after I finished Eden, because I feel like it'll be more meaningful then. You know. Clicks unlocked. Huh. Should have passed. So I guess Gaia is the Oracle of Darkness in that she maybe is like Silver's first counterpart? Maybe? Oh, I can smell garlic. It smells so good. Despite me not being allowed garlics. Cursed by the food gods. Can't believe that bloody, like... So unfair. It is. Where the hell are the puggies at? There they are. Where them pugs at? Where them pugs at? Where them pugs at? Oh, Octavia Mandeville. I've run with her before. I like how this looks. Oh.
So this all took place 100 years ago.
Ah. Oh, it's the multiple-eyed doggies.
What does it have to do with Gaia?
Ravening anti-hero. The Shadow Keeper. It's got eyes and tooths. Eyes and tooths. Oops, I just got a screenshot of the white there. Forgot to summon my fucking thingy, didn't I? So was not thinking. Right. I'm gonna follow Oster. Okay. Good death, I did go off. Shot this way. Nope. Deep Shadow Nova. Great Wide. Cool. It is a Field Doggo. Oh, not again. I'll pick up the healer. I'm following you, Oster. That was my first mistake. Right. That's the one that I wanted. Looks like I'd be away from both of those. Okay. Okay, I have no mana. It's a total boy with a sword now. Umbra Smash, that looks painful. That, I take it, is a tank swap. Tanko goes. I'm blaming Oster because he distracted me by saying Silver's persona. The me has forgotten which way is left and which way is right. The Shadowkeeper prepares to reveal its true form. Okay, so you need to stand on the right when it says that, as opposed to it's doing the thing on the right. I get the impression there's something I don't want to be knocked into, but I can't see what it is. This is so far going quicker, or going better than the other one did, but keep accidentally hitting my res macro rather than something like Lucid. Get in a corner. We've made mistakes. I tried. Oh lord, I tried. Well, myself and Octavia Mandeville bringing up the rear here. I appreciate the wolfy boy. Enjoy that badly timed buff. Right. I do love Oster's LB3 macro, All Rise for the Right Honourable Lord, Limit Break the Third. I need to do and die to these fights a couple of times to remember the... You meant to work out where the safe zone is there, or do you just need to stand by the side of one of them? I'll watch a guide after this, I guess. I like going into these blind and then watching a guide before doing it later once you're sort of expected to know how to do them. Commentary is bad because I'm still like learning all of these. Right. So this is where he summons. Okay, there's forward implosion, so we want to be here. Okay. I think I get it better. Okay. Swordy boy. Gates. Upped my thingy before buffing, which is annoying, but hey. Right, so left Giga Slash. Does that mean we want to be... Okay, that time he's slashing to his left. Well... I learnt maybe two of the mechanics of that. Well, we survived. We'll calm the other healer. Other healer, I mean the healer who's not Asta. Valid to acquire a thing? Nice. Valid to acquire a thing. No comms that time, but that's alright because I died repeatedly, so. Why does this all seem so familiar? Ugh. Mytron's returned guide to us, but I have a feeling this isn't over yet. Just picking up random materia. I'm going to sell it all after this anyway, so... The Warriors of Light. The Shadowkeeper. I've seen this all before. Yes, you and I joined our power as one to create the Shadowkeeper. We bore witness to its battle with the Warriors of Light. Our power? So, I was there, and I wasn't alone? No, Gaia, it's not true. It can't be. How can you have been there 100 years ago? Look deep inside. You know it was real. Cast aside those worthless memories and embrace who you truly are. Worthless? Now I see. This is why you've been tampering with my memories ever since I was a child. Just so, and now I possess the means to purge them entirely. Your rebirth will finally be complete. You have no right to deny me life, to rob me of what I hold most precious. My memories may seem worthless to you, but not to me. Is Mytron doing all this because of the pining? Or is that just me interpreting it? I will never be yours. My place is here, in this world, in this life, in this moment. Wherever my friends are, this is where I belong. Dramatic zoom to Mog. Then you would turn your back on our glorious past, on the lives we once lived? Any past I may have shared with you is long gone. I live here in the here and now, striving to build a better future, and I'll be damned if I let you take that away from me. There she is, my girl! To be reunited at long last, only to be shunned. Would that I had died with you, to be reborn. Even without knowledge of your past, we may yet forge a future together. I'm sick of your riddles. Speak plainly or not at all. You and I fought the Warriors of Light as one, joined in both body and soul. When Ardbert struck his final blow, the light tore through the bonds that held us. Though you perished, I was condemned to a far worse fate. My flesh became my prison, and I was cursed to remain here, an abomination, while you lived on with others at your side. I will suffer it no more. You belong to me. I too was once held against my will, robbed of my freedom. To be trapped and alone for 100 years, I can't begin to imagine the pain you must have felt. But that doesn't give you the right to deny Gaia a chance at happiness. We once knew happiness, true happiness, until fate conspired to tear us apart. I will never let that happen again. We shall be joined as one, my memory is yours, together for all eternity. It's the pining, I said with a sick feeling to my stomach. The darkness, it's rising within me. That mark. What is this? Why am I... Hold on, Gaia. Whatever it is, you mustn't give in. Who are you? Yes, now nothing will keep you away from me. I am yours, and you are mine. It's fine. We are one. We remember. So it's true? Gaia really is a reincarnated Ascian? The girl you once knew is no more. The Ascian who held the seat of Logriff is all that remains. Gaia is her true name. Me, Eden's for the gays. Me, knowing nothing. Oh, Mitron, how long has it been? How long have I dreamed of this day? Is that you, Mitron? Forgive me, I didn't recognize you. In my defense, my memories have only recently been restored. My mind is still a little hazy. Hardly surprising. No matter how many times we are reborn, it is disorienting to have everything change around you. Even so, I immediately recognized your resplendent soul, and I cling to the hope that one day you will likewise remember mine. You always were a forgetful one. I can never forget you, try as I might. But tell me, what do you know of my past? I admit my memory may need refreshing. We served together as members of the Convocation of 14, dedicated to the summoning of Lord Zodiark. Although the task assigned to you eventually fell to Elidibus. Yes, I remember. Amidst the chaos and despair, you never left my side. My loyal protector. But in the end, it was in vain. I was powerless to prevent Hydaelyn from tearing our world asunder. So I heard from Elk. We laboured to make our world whole again. That's why he restored my memories, so I can play my part. Our part. Alone we struggle, but by joining your power with mine, we may yet succeed. My power? You always were one full of flattery. Oh, I assure you I'm quite sincere. It would be my honour to serve the cause alongside you, and I shan't take no for an answer. The honour is mine. For as much as I chide and tease you, you are everything to me, my inspiration. When I'm with you, I fear nothing. Promise me that we will never be parted again. I promise. Even should fate conspire to separate us, I will reach out to you, wherever you may be. And I will come running. We were destined to find each other, to awaken our buried past and be born anew. Though our brethren employ crystals to return sundered souls to their office, without them such a feat was beyond my reach. But by becoming one in mind and body, my memories are yours. At last you have awoken. The whole business is frustrating. Like, I appreciate, again, it's the world building with the Ascians and like the story and like you were saying, the fact that Elk is such a dickhole that, you know, it may have been that it was Ardbot who sundered them and Hydaelyn who trapped him, but it was like Elk could have freed him and he was like, CBA. You know, it's the yearning, but I feel so bad for Gaia because it's you know, completely against her will. She wanted to be our friend, and yet here we are. But it really is. It's the yearning. The reason I like. Yeah, I'm going to afterwards. Definitely will. again, what I'm trying to do is be like, I appreciate the world building, and I will just ignore the sloppiness of the story writing to appreciate that business. The reason, when he said, like, I am yours and you are mine, the reason I, like, made faces is because that's actually the name of my Werlyt playlist. From Draw Your Swords by Angus and Julia Stone, which... very soft Werlyt song, so... This will be fun when I play this on our shard. Exactly, right? Like, it's... Well, I think that's the thing that makes it interesting, is because it's Emmett Selk again. You know, it's on a much smaller degree, but it's the entitlement of the Ascians where they think that their mode of existence is the correct one. And so he's thinking, you know, I'm going to kidnap this girl, I'm going to wipe her memories, and I'm going to fuse, essentially, with her, because she is the reincarnation of my girlfriend, my dead girlfriend. It's the same as, it's on the same vein as Selk being like, I'm going to destroy the entire world to bring back my past. But that's the thing is, ultimately, like, you do feel bad for him, it sucks. Rena's like, yeah, it sucks, but that doesn't, it's, right? The thing is, to me, it's the nuance. You know, it's no nuance November, no nuance December. It is possible to feel bad for him while being trapped, while also not condoning his behaviour. Oh, no, absolutely not. That song, Draw Your Swords, is a very Werlyt song to me. And so, that line alone just made me, like, cat scream emoji. Because... should have a button that just brings cat screen emoji onto the screen. At last you have awoken. Now the time has come to restore our world to the utopia it once was. Let Gaia go! You are not worthy to speak that name. If you must call her anything, use the name chosen by her parents, if you even know what that is. No. To me, her name is Gaia. And anything you say about her, nothing you say about her makes any difference to me. I don't care if she's an Ascian. She's my girlfriend. Exactly. Was your friend. Never again will she answer to your cries. We won't give up on her. Your wicked schemes have gone far enough. We're taking Gaia back. Cursed serpents of light, you will not tear us apart again. What is this? Visions in my mind. A summoning? It's Ascians all the way down. All your hopes and fears turned against you. There is no escape from your past. Nervous energy. Just know that if I ever make this face, I'm not doing the scream, I'm specifically doing the screaming cat emoji. No, my memories. They're being used to fuel a summoning. Is this how it feels to have the Faerie inside my mind? To think Gaia had to endure it for so long. You're right. However bad this is, it's nothing compared to what she's going through right now. But if the summoning really is based on my hopes and fears, it will most likely create a foe unlike any you've ever fought before. Whatever it may be, I believe in you. We'll find a way through this. I know it. Anamorphosis, sorry. Is Anna up or down? Camera cuts to me, not being able to remember. Distorted projection requiring the viewer to occupy a specific vantage point. Having been forcibly fused with Mitron, Gaia is on the verge of being lost to you and Reen forever. To make matters even worse, Ascian draws on Reen's memories to summon forth the foe born from her greatest hopes and fears. Though you have no way of knowing what powers it may possess, it must be vanquished if you are to stand any chance of freeing. We be having the feels. Seriously, I like to move past No Nuance November. I like this because it doesn't feel like it came out of nowhere, and it's not justifiable. But to my mind, it's not like the game is trying to say it's justifiable. You know, very clearly we're trying to save Gaia, and Reen wants her girlfriend back, and like, I don't know, it appeals. This story appeals to me. It's definitely a YMMV type thing, but like, I like it. It feels, the thing to me is that it feels appropriate for a lot of the themes of Shadowbringers. Like, because one of the major themes of Shadowbringers is moving past your past or your ancestors, or, you know, moving past your history and what's expected of you to create your own self, a self that you get to choose and you get to decide where you're going. And, you know, that's one of the major themes of it's one of the major themes of Reen's story, and it's one of the major themes of Gaia's stories, Gaia's story rather. And it seems like, you know, if Reen's, the thing that was holding Reen back was the fact that she viewed herself and was just viewed as a reincarnation of Minfilia, who wasn't her own person. She was entirely the Oracle of Light. Then Gaia's thing is that someone else, this dipshit, views her as just his dead girlfriend and doesn't consider her current life valid, which is fucked up, but it makes sense to me for the story they're trying to tell. It's definitely a, you know, a YMMV type thing, but I happen to like it. I think it's neat. I like the way they're doing it. Seems that summoning will be based on my memories. I still have no idea what the form will take. Remember, it's all an Ascian ploy, so don't let yourself be fooled. Please, just do what you have to do. I'm sure you're more than a match for whatever Mitron has in store. Maybe if I, tell you what I will do, while we're waiting in the queue, I will fix my inventory. Books. That, because I need to... Nope, that needs to be popped onto a retainer at some point. Actually, I'm going to move... Am I? Yes, I'm going to move these over. Legs, belt, gloves, head, body, gloves, belt, legs, feet, ring. Cool. And a whole bunch of quick time that I can sell later. Distracted by the glowy knives. Extremely pretty. You change this, does it change what the so the glow remains the same regardless. Still, pretty knife. Pretty knife. Nice. Nice. Leggy. I might put this slash shards. Oops. Shards dancer gear. Although I have to do it with different gloves. I don't like that it covers up where the tattoo should be. The like tribal style tattoo isn't canon for Maeve. The style that you get with these is much more canon for Maeve because it's what my tattoo looks like that I really struggle to show off. You can sort of see it there. So that's very canon for Maeve because I have such a very similar thing. It's further down my arm, but you know, because I have knife, which is next time we're going to be turned into 3 knives and a heart. But nonetheless, it's canonical, makes sense. Let's teleport to bugger. Okay, we'll leave. We're gonna leave and teleport back to Armorang just to go repair. Oh, never mind. Me, LTP to Armorang to repair. That feel when you type a thing and accidentally
I know this place. It's the jail in Yulmore.
Okay. Oh boy. Dead Hope, the Fate Breaker.
Whatever stands in our way.
God, I like how this looks.
We will
Oh,
never give up.
looks so good. It's the mochi aesthetic. I'm so into this already. I don't care what else happens. Oh, there's another summoner called Clever Pigeon. Good outfit that our red mage has there. Right.
I'm the only one fit to protect her.
To think that this could be born from my memories.
Makes sense, right?
That creature is passing on its ether.
Makes sense to me.
How about you?
How about you, snake? Oh, piss.
You're not going anywhere. Oh!
You snake. My brother. The thing is, it like I get it, right? Like, you know,
Shield protects nothing.
she was.
How about you?
Fuck. Oh, whoops, I kicked my PC.
You're not going anywhere.
Goodness, we got a red mage. Oh, piss.
Light claim you.
The red mage died,
I sense a surge in the ether.
right as I was about to, right as I rezzed the bard, I realised that the red mage had died. So that's a raid wide.
Come, show me your strength. Beast of my blood, answer my call.
Okay. One sneaky boy. Okay. Right. I have no idea where you're supposed to stand for that.
Let's try something else.
I'd rather not.
The blade is imbued with light.
How about you?
This is
You're not going anywhere. Fall!
in general bad.
The light will cleanse your
That was holy. That was white mage holy.
The light's so strong. I can't sense anything else.
What? Well, fellow summoner is a ephemeral in a dress. Ah, I'm so happy.
To think that this could be born from my memories. That creature is passing on its ether.
Okay. Right, so you want to be out, but not all the way out? No, we want to be right on the edge. should have just shortcast that, I guess.
A feeble shield protects nothing.
I just realised what he's saying to that tank buster is that feeble shield protects nothing. Well, this is instantly going worse than the other two. Okay. Right, somebody's putting mechs in chat. So... So for fire, you want to be next to him. For lightning, you want to be all the way out, because fire gives pushback. And then for light, you stack to be AoEs. Move out. Okay. Right. Swap going between. Okay. The reason we're not pulling is because the red mage and main tank are explaining the mechanics. I'm sure we're gonna die a whole bunch, but we've got a better idea of it now.
I'm the only one fit to protect her.
To think that this could be born from my memories. That creature is passing on its ether.
Right, so for fire you want to be... Nope. Are you meant to work out what... Okay, so that's lightning.
You're not going anywhere.
So he has tether. Okay. Let's raid wide.
Feeble shield protects nothing.
That's a absolute bitch of a Okay, so now he's fire, so you want to be like here. Ah! cluster is rough. Right. So you want to stack for the tether here. Lightning. We want to stand between two fires.
I sense a surge in the ether.
Okay. Just scooch in, get in that healing bubble.
Show me your strength.
Okay. He's dead for this one.
Answer my call.
Stand here and enjoy. Probably better to shortcast this actually. Because then you can move straight to the best bit. To the safe zone. And then he's going to do lightning, so you want to be all the way out. And fire, so you want to be here. Okay. Please help.
Something else.
The blade is imbued with light.
Okay, so now it's light, which means you want to bait the AoE.
How about you?
Okay. I see. So this is light again. So we want to be all the way away.
Going anywhere.
Okay, so it does a holy on the person who gets tethered. Okay. So how the fuck are you meant to know where it's safe?
Strong. I can't sense anything else.
Okay. That's how, I guess. Okay, so that is the Buster, which I think is probably a tank swap. It is tough. Turn of the Heavens is, so he's doing fire. Sorry, I'm having to like narrate this to myself. So that's get away, and he's where is he? No, yes, no. So we want to be over here. That strike is, so he's doing fire, so we want to be here.
How about you?
Let you snake. And then light, so we want to bait the AoE.
How about you?
Da.
A feeble shield takes nothing.
Such a good buster. Fine. Right, he's doing lightning, so it's going to be stack.
Light flame you.
Nope. Not standing between two fires, do we? I think so. Don't bring him over here, I don't want him. Right, so he's lightning. So we want to be all the way out.
How about you?
Okay. Wide. Stack.
You're not going anywhere. Four.
Wide. Got two white mages, which makes that difficult.
A feeble shield takes nothing.
Okay, so lightning means get away,
Flame you.
and then we want to be in between two fires. Get nervous every time he comes over to where I'm standing. I'm so used to be like standing in front of the boss, automatic death. That... Right, so this is light, burnt strike, so it's this
How about you?
and bait. Okay, this can be
How about you?
next to him. Was expecting a third burnt strike there. Nope, wide. Finish in. Two
Feeble shield.
two firebirds. Phew, oh that is a good fight. Man.
She deserves all the happiness in the world.
It's just... That's a really good fight, and it's so... I like how, like, emblematic it is for Rien, like, her hopes and her fears, the fact that she uses her, that's always gonna calm the other healer. Okay. Whoa, wrong button. Keep accidentally opening Discord. It's such a good, like, emblematic of Rien's psyche, and Rangi as her protector but also her jailer, Thancred as her freer and her sort of Goal. So this is the way the Ascians, to use the memories of our loved ones against us. That fragmented soul should triumph over their fears while we succumb to ours, thereby setting our star upon a course of ruin. That inferior beings such as you to succeed while we failed, it defies all logic. Now's your chance. Gaia's still in there, fighting to free herself from Logrief's will. Even now, you would defy us? We will remove every last vestige of your meaningless mortal existence. Excuse me, they are girlfriends. Don't do this. Oh. Gaia's memories, they're being destroyed. Impurities must be purged. We shall begin by erasing you from her past, and then by your deaths, erase you from her future. There is no place for you in our utopia. We may be mere mortals, our souls fragmented, but our existence is not meaningless. And you should understand this. Before you awoke as an Ascian, you lived as one of us. You had your own memories, and surely they mean something. The lives you led can't all have been for nothing. To we who have known perfection, they are less than nothing. Compared to yours, our lives may seem insignificant. Nevertheless, we live them to the fullest, and though it may take us 1,000 years, we have the potential to build a world every bit as wonderful as yours. But you won't even allow us a chance to live our own lives and forge the future? Whatever you forge will inevitably crumble to dust, but we are immortal, our legacy eternal. If our world cannot be made complete as it once was, we will create a perfect moment that shall last forever. By our hand shall our paradise be made, where there is no beginning and no end. Eden's absorbing enormous amounts of ether. At this rate, the whole world will be drained. Light and darkness, the elements of nature, all in harmony. A sublime utopia where time has no meaning. We shall become one with Eden, free to live in peace for eternity. No! Gaia! There's only one thing for it. I'll try to disrupt the balance of ether and create an opening for you. We can't let it end like this. It's up to us to save Gaia. Mitron won't get away with this. That's how I feel. Right. Let's do it. Entity formed by the fusion of Mitron and Gaia. Whoops. Seeks to create a utopia where time has no meaning. Should this plan succeed, not only will the vast quantities of ether absorbed by Eden drain the land of life, but Gaia, as you know her, will be lost forever. Rian makes a desperate bid to send you in pursuit, though there is no way of knowing what manner of danger you will face. place where time has no meaning, where there's no beginning and no end. I'm not sure I like the sound of that. We all die someday, but that's what makes life so precious. And I know that Gaia wouldn't want that, to simply exist without hope for the future, to stay the same forever. How she lives is up to her. It's not for Mitra or anyone else to decide. We'll free her from that fiend and give her the chance that she deserves. You will. I'm going to go actually repair now. Okay, now I can TP back to Mordsuk. I think that fight is so cool, the way that it's like created of her psyche, and it's her hopes and fears, and it's a fun fight. 11 once so far. Once I understood what I was doing, it became really fun. As I suppose is so often the way. So. Well, I hit the wrong button there, might be. Sorry, responding to link shells. Can't talk and type at the same time. Greetings, mate. How might I be of service? Come on, Pugsworth. Right. Let's take a look at this new casting gear. I'm also going to move it here. Okay. So I don't like this hat. Like, it just doesn't look particularly good on Maeve. But this dress, need to wear different pants. That's very Maeve. Well, oh, the heel gear looks so. I love that so much. Green style baggy sleeves. Or Gaia style baggy sleeves, I should say. Those are nice. Oh, again, it's the healing gear is so my aesthetic though. Can't really see that, but it's Little Rose, which is very pretty. Oh, that's good. You can't see it with the dress, but the flower motif is so pretty. Let's see what the others look like. We'll go for cute pop. Apparently this is a Drakengard reference. I wouldn't know. That's nice. I'm not so sure of the gloves, but I like those. I think it's nice. So, whoops. So the maiming gear appears to be... Okay, maiming and striking. Oh no, striking legs there. I do really like those striking gear. Not so fond of the maiming gear. But the striking is nice. So apparently the flower eyes are... Oops, there's a Drakengard reference. I like... Oh, that coat is good. Like, that looks nice. That aiming coat. It's really nice. I like those like high boots more than I like this style. The necklace though, I'm all about that necklace. I'm gonna try a thing actually. Just the, whoops, I need to do that, to do this. Oops, repeating. Ooh, oh that's pretty, I might get that and should wear different sleeves though. What if I try on the necklace? It's not as good. The earrings are nice though. Sort of like these more than the boots that I have on already. That's where I'm like, oh, I just want to buy jewellery, meow. Come on, Q, pop faster. Actually, let's look at the Eden 1 stuff. Look at the weapons. Ooh, glowy. I should swap back to Astro before I do anything else, just in case the Q does pop. That's nice. Ah, ooh, ee. That is, I love the rose motif. Like, it's so pretty. God, that's so lovely. Oh my word, oh my days. This genuinely may be some of my favourite weaponry so far. God, it's so lovely. The fact that this can be dyed. Okay. I was hoping I'd be able to dye the silver, but it's so pretty. Oh my word. just... Zweihander, my favourite type of sword. It's so, like, I don't care how spiky it is. How weirdly spiky it is. That's just so beautiful. Oh my gosh. With the flowers. It's just so pretty. Oh, there's knives too. I'm just gonna have to get all of these. Whoops, I wanted to shoot the weapon. Just in general. Oh my gosh. There's chakra. Just so pretty. Come on, puppies. Oh, it worked. Complaining worked. Okay. Eden's Promise. Eternity.
Eden will become a utopia. One that we may share for all eternity.
She's still in there. Somewhere. I
That's-
won't give up on our future, Gaia. No matter what.
That's a boss design. Man. God, that sure is the boss design, huh?
Joined as one, never to be parted, unbound by past or future in this single perfect moment. We shall draw your memories from
Okay. That's, oh my word. Water. Cluster. Or an off-tank cluster, I should say.
And they will be your undoing.
Okay, fire. Oh no. Ow. Okay. Whoops, I got distracted by looking at that puggy's outfit.
Our utopia will only be complete. Once you are erased from our memory.
You've got to protect her memories. Hurry!
You would defy us.
Delicious, aren't they?
These are actually quite good.
See? Let's have another one. Perfect.
Such fragile things.
Okay.
What happened to the other half?
Am I being erased from her memory?
I told you it would make a great necklace.
Like the indication that your Morans have American accents.
It would really suit you.
Me? But I thought you should have it.
They shatter. They fade.
Is this ice? Where did this come from?
If this goes on much longer, she'll forget everything.
Does a scream.
Retire your insolence.
How about...
I saw an advert there. I saw him.
That's my color. Now, this one on the other hand. What am I doing with this? I'd never wear this color.
No! We can't let this happen!
You are unworthy of our utopia. We shall bring eternal harmony, tranquility and vitality in perfect balance.
I'm in love with this, in love with this. I have no idea. Lightning, earth, and something else. I'm just following for puggies. Feeling. Oh no, it's a raid wide at least. I know what diamond dust is. Oh no. Puggy and I accidentally dropped the AoE on each other because we were both running for the same place. Thought that was safe, and it was not. Almost. Earth shakers. Guessing. It bombs. Okay. Oh no. The oh no was because I died there. I guess you just have to memorize where to stand there. Let's see, I suppose. Strengthening memories of Shiva. Oh, that's it. I was expecting a different ending. That was easier than the 11, definitely. I loved the design of that. That design was so good. I think I preferred E11 as a fight, just because it felt a little more... It felt a little more meaningful, but also difficult. We did it. She's free at last. Or that's how it seems. She won't wake up. Gaia, I don't know if you can hear me or if you even remember who I am, but just give me a sign that you're alright. Please, say something. Anything. She can hear you, Reen. Keep trying. You're right, Maeve. I mustn't lose hope. Wait, what's this? It's the necklace, but she said she left it back at the Crystarium. Maybe she likes it a lot more than she lets on. I suppose it does hold a lot of memories for the both of us. Wait, there may be a way we can use this to bring her back. Try calling out Gaia's name to bring her back to her senses. Child shall reach us. If she remembers the necklace, maybe she'll find her way back to us. She appears unharmed, her consciousness is yet to return. Yeah. We're right here beside you. Come back to us. She can hear us. I know she can. Now all we can do is pray that she'll return. Feels. Gaia, I know you're in there somewhere. If you're lost, I'll find a way to reach you. I swear it. Where am I? Nitron, I'm finally free of you, it seems. Ah, my dearest Gaia, that fate should part us once more. Still, this is what you wanted. There's no need to be quite so upset. What do you mean? You've been released from Eden, free to be reborn. Perhaps one day fate will bring us together again, in another life. After all, you've already found me once in spite of everything. I might even be the one to find you. I fear you will come to forget me, to forget the times we shared. Perhaps. After all, memories are such fragile things. That's why I'm planning to keep a diary. Even after I'm gone, my memories will live on. For future generations to discover. Yes, they'll read the tale of the girl bound by duty and of her loyal protector, arrived in her hour of need. Perhaps you might leave out the part where that protector was the one who needed saving. You have grown strong, Gaia. If I'd have found you sooner, then maybe... Wait, don't leave me. Until we meet again, Artemis. Whose name did I just... Well, never mind that for now. I need to get out of here, wherever here is. Artemis, wink, wink, wink. And that bust design was based off a famous statue of her. Feel as though there's somewhere I'm supposed to be, but I can't for the life of me remember where. I hate that tapping sound of heels. It gives me an absolute headache. What is this? Is this ice? Certainly looks like it, but it doesn't seem to melt, and it shines so brightly. I've seen this before. That's it. There was a girl, but what was her name? Reen? Kaya! Reen! I can hear you. I can't find my way out of here. Hold on, I'm coming for you. With the gunblade. You remembered. I could never forget you, try as I might. So the ether that Eden has absorbed was returned to the land. Now, just like Mitron, the empty can finally be reborn. Though it can hardly be called the empty, it's a utopia. I've not got feels, you've got feels. It's a requirement. Have to take screenshots. No, I just had to G-pose it to him. Thrilled that we've been able to restore the empty, but I can't stop thinking about Mitron and Logriff. Seems to me they were only bound to their duty because of their memories. Seems that there's something within that doesn't want to be forgotten. Their souls live on no matter how many times they go through the cycle of death and rebirth. I wonder what their lives would have been like if they'd never remembered and carried on living amongst us mortals. Then, again, I suppose I am Logriff in a way, but still me. We be having them fifis. Can't believe this is happening. It's a dream come true. I just wish the others were here to see it. I'll be sure to tell them all about it. Yes, I suppose that's the next best thing. Hang on, you might even want to be able to take something with you to show them. I bet the fruit that grows here could be used to make all sorts of delicious treats. You could even make something yourself, Reem. It's a great idea, but my cooking can be a bit hit or miss. Maybe once we get back to the Crystarium, I'll ask for some advice. Actually, I want to ask something. When you say the others, do you mean Thancred the Bookworm and Yorianger, your knight shining armour? Haha, no, it's the other way round. Seems my memory's even less reliable than it was before. Main thing is, the whispering in my head has stopped, so I shouldn't have any more bouts of amnesia. Even so, there's a part of me that'll miss hearing the fairy's voice. I know how you feel, Gaia. Anyway, we've all been through a lot, so why don't we head back to civilization for some much-needed rest? Alright, leave the piloting to me. It really is. I know she's insisted on piloting the Sky Slipper, but given her recent exertions, perhaps it wasn't such a good idea. I understand that keeping the Sky Slipper here allows us to save fuel from travelling all the way back to Mortzuk, but can't we just carry a bit extra? It's not easy crossing the desert in these hills, you know. Seem to remember you weren't too enthused when I suggested buying some nice sensible walking boots. Come to think of it, maybe you should rest here for a while. You must be tired after all that piloting. I'm fine. Besides, I had the two of you to keep me company. It was over before I knew it. Taking in the scenery with that wind in my hair really helped clear out the cobwebs too. Maybe I should see about getting my own Sky Slipper. What? You can't just buy one? Even if you could, they cost a fortune. Oh, I'm sorry. Must be your Morn upbringing speaking. I'll have you know I'm almost as comfortable in more humble surroundings, like Mortzuk, for example. That reminds me, it's time we made our way back there and told Yalford about, well, everything. I'm making the noise, but in a good way. It's just that I do be having those honey nut videos. You know how it be. Right. After all the unimaginable things we've seen in the empty, it's nice to get back to a bit of normality for a change. Welcome back. I take it all is well in the empty? It is now. Not everything went quite as planned, to put it mildly, but we managed to revive the ambient ether, Now all we need to do is wait for the changes to become widespread. Truly? Wonderful, just wonderful. I shall share the tidings with our inner circle, and perhaps at this time more people know of your expeditions as well. Of course, we'll continue to monitor the situation, but I'm sure it won't be long before we can allow members of the citizenry to make their own forays into the empty. I'm pleased to say ITO have some good news to share. Our investigators in Yorma have finally found information pertaining to Gaia's true identity. Really? As it pertains to matters of a private nature, information is being treated as highly confidential, so I haven't actually looked at it myself, but I imagine it includes Gaia's real name. To be honest, I prefer not to know. But why? Because that's not who she is anymore. You see, I've come to learn a lot about my past, even before my life in Yulmhor. I know now that I'm the reincarnation of Logarith and Ascian, and Mitron, the one who was transformed into Eden, was someone very special to me. For 100 years, Mitron called out to me in the hope we'd be reunited, but there was no answer. Even so, Mitron held on to those precious memories of our life together and stopped at nothing to make them reality once more. I know now that Mitron wanted the same as us, wanted the world to be as it once was. Yes, it's a shame that things turned out the way they did. In those 100 years of solitude, that dream became an obsession. I would have likewise come to the darkness within if it weren't for Reen and Maeve. If someone had also been there for Mitron, who knows what might have happened. That's why, from now on, I want to help those in need, to give their dreams a chance to come true. For me, the name Gaia symbolises hope, and though each of our lives may be a drop in the great river of time, hope springs eternal. Gaia. So, I'm sorry, but I appreciate your efforts to find my past. I'm looking to the future now, as Gaia. No need to apologise, Miss Gaia. As long as you are happy, then so are we. Right, I expect my colleagues will be keen to turn their attention to the empty. If you'll excuse me, I have expeditions to arrange. Till next time. So, what should we do now? Come on, Reen, don't tell me you've forgotten. The festival at the Crystarium, remember? And don't even think about leaving me out. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Eden is for the gays. Feels. This game has got me in my feelings. Greetings, Maeve. How might I be of service? Final report. As a matter of fact, I'm rather curious to read it myself. While I have yet to actually receive it, I was pleased to hear that your latest venture has met with success. Be that as it may, the readings did give me cause for concern. That was no ordinary ethereal disturbance, but I'm certain that all will be adequately explained by the report. Kind of. Unfortunately, Miss Reen tells me there may be a slight delay. She'll inform me once it's finished, and they will ready to make the journey back here to Mordsuk. I will contact you via Linkbell as soon as I hear from her. Some days later. Here's the report, written by yours truly. I think you'll find it quite a riveting read, if I do say so myself. Oh, so you've taken over from Miss Reen on this occasion? Well, I've recently become interested in writing, and it seemed a good opportunity to practice it. I thought giving an objective account of events would be straightforward, but it's surprisingly difficult. Reading it back, most of it sounds like gibberish. There are also a few creative liberties in the parts you couldn't quite remember. In any case, I expect it will prove most valuable, providing I am able to discern fact from the embellishments. With that taken care of, let's treat ourselves to some word snacks. Embellishments? I wonder. Oh, you're not still worried about that, are you? It was just you filling in the blanks, that's all. Here, take a look at this. I found this after I recovered from the last battle. It's another one of those crystals, the ones that contain Eden's memories. Visions of vanquished adversaries sear your mind's eye, appearing to be far more puissant than your recollections. Well, that's how it be. Yes, I saw the images too. I'm glad the foes you actually fought weren't quite so ferocious. Nevertheless, now we know what Eden truly is, we owe it to Mytron to keep these memories alive, altered though they might be. Gaia, are you sure about this? For all that rage and malice, there was some good in there, and these memories were of you, Maeve, so I want you to have the crystal. Think of it as a parting gift from Mytron. Anyway, what was that you were saying about snacks, Reen? Maybe now, once we're done, I can take you for a ride. I've got transportation of my own now, you see. What? Wherever did you... Oh, never mind. Sure, I'd love to go for a ride. Why don't we ask Maeve and Nuri to come along too? I'm afraid there's only room for two. Maybe some other time? Can't believe she's going to take Reen out for a date on the motorcycle because they're girlfriends. There they go. Whatever Miss Gaia beheld in this crystal seems to have quite resonated with her. If you like, I'll keep it here on your behalf. Whenever you wish to gaze into its depths, you need only say the word. Eden Savage unlocked. Whee. Well, on that nuclear bombshell, I'm going to AFK again quickly and we're going to head to the Crystarium. In my head, abruptly, I got the song, hey, we can do it tonight, we can do it, baby, we can do it alright. A wildling Faerie appeared. I'm you person who has the wind up Gaia already. Right. Let's go do the capstone quests. It's the capstone quest, and then there's the void ones that you have to do after this, so. Speaking of Werlyt et al. If it isn't me, loitering around the stairs, just like any old evening. In here I was worried you'd gone back to your world for good and I was too late. It's just that I've been thinking about the crystals belonging to the Warriors of Light. I hear they ended up with you after you lot defeated the Virtues. I assume you have Werlyts as well? Indeed, that does seem appropriate. His bond with Seto is deep and enduring. As for the others, I'd hoped you might be persuaded to leave them in my care. It was only right that they, like Werlyt, should accompany you on your journey to set this world back on its proper course. Yet now you have a home you must return to, while the first is theirs. After all, they did keep it safe. They deserve to be here to see what the future holds. Makes sense. Don't make that face. I know it's a big decision, but it needn't fall entirely to you. There are others here who care for the Warriors of Light as much as you do, aren't there? Makes sense. Now that's some damn fine ale. How many should I order for you? I know you ain't much of a drinker, so 6? 7? Not what I'm here to speak about. You want help deciding the fate of Lammet's crystal? And the others too? Does this place have any bigger tankards? Well, if you insist, Werlyt owes me a drinks, plural, so I make sure he joins us. Maybe find ransom while I'm at it. You go on and wait with Kerrig and Taylor. Order around while I'm out, you hear? Geralt seems excited. Should I be concerned? Good to see you, Maeve. What did you say? What did you say that Geralt is? What did you say that has Geralt so worked up? Crystals, eh? This does sound like a conversation worth getting everyone together for. Did Werlyt really promise to pay for Geralt's drink? That's a disaster in the making. Not just hers, rounds for the lot of us. Might be the lad yet has a few things to learn about coin and the scarcity thereof. Still, I'm not turned down his generosity. Go and tell the barkeep we'll be needing food and ale for the table. But please try to exercise some restraint. I'll not carry you back to the room again. Hee. Here we are. How much of a head start did you get? Should I ask him to bring out the cask? I reckon we should hear Maeve out first. So here's the tea. So, you're telling me the barmaid was one of Niallbert's companions, not to mention the Shadowkeeper, and from a different world? That's laying it on a bit thick. Certainly raises questions. Quite, such as how she retains her youthful visage. Not that. I had my suspicions about her. The other night I was at the counter, quaffing my ale, have a grand time, and next I realise I'm outside without a guilt in my name, and it ain't the first time. Could only be the power of a Shadowkeeper. And not that you drink enough to fell a small army. If Maeve says it's true, I'm inclined to believe it, which leaves us with the matter of entrusting the crystals to her. She's right that this was Brandon's home, the others too, and it's home to the most important memories. Not all of them good, maybe, but everyone they loved is laid to rest here. I agree. Niallbert belongs here. Ardbert's crystal is with Theta in this world. Lammet would want to be near it. Renda Ray as well, I think. She'd want to be with her friends in the place that she loved. Well, that's an easy decision made. It seems we all agree. A toast, then, to the Warriors of Light. To the Warriors of Light. Drink up. I'm paying, and as bounty hunters, I expect you all to take proper advantage of that. Hate to disappoint, but I'm not much for our girl. This juice looks nice, though. That's not... Poor Taina. How do you manage this? Twice the mess and half the time as normal patrons, I swear. I overheard your conversation, by the way. Do you agree with your friends? I do. These crystals are yours, Storykeeper. The legacies are safe with me. You have my word. Thank you. I can feel them. The memories. Why? Why, damn it? You're all just like Ardbert. I betrayed you, I manipulated you, and still... You thought of me as a comrade, a friend until the very end. Oh, by the way, Ciela, we met some friends of yours. Finally managed to clean up after you lot, for the most part. Perhaps next time we should set down a tarp. Nevertheless, I'm grateful to you for entrusting these to me. And as long as I live, I will never stop sharing the true tale of the Warriors of Light, of my friends. Seeing the lot of you together like that reminds me of the old days. Ardbert and the rest drinking and bickering and laughing, drove each other half mad at times, but there was never any question of who'd be there when times got tough. Can't help but wonder, can I? If I'd had companions like that back home, could I have been saved? I'm not the only one who tried, though each of us stood alone. There was Anukahai, and... That nigh unpronounceable name sounds familiar. Another would-be saviour of the 13th, the young man. He was plucked from the jaws of death by Elidibus, and last I knew, had gone to the source to serve as herald. We spoke once after the destruction of our world. If the others could be saved, we thought, we yet had parts to play. What he's up to now that Elidibus is gone, though, I have no idea. Has he found himself a new role, as I have? Or does he feel as adrift as we were back then? If you encounter him in the source, I ask that you help him find a way forward, just as you've helped all of us here. Appropriately, all the way back to the Rising Stones, where I guess he's just been sitting there this whole time. Something that I'm really appreciating about the 5.x patches is that they are bringing together so many elements of previous aspects of the game. Things like the Warring Triad, for example, you know, is relevant in terms of, like, Allegan history, but it's becoming relevant again now, which I like. Before we do anything else, I'm gonna go hand in my... whoops. Hand over my Phantasmagoria. A bunch of allegories. So now I can buy allegory gear for my other classes. How are you guys doing? You'll never guess who I just went to go chat to. Okay, a reminder of what Warring Triad is, I guess. Maybe we will read that. Well met, Maeve. What brings you here today? Well, found your friend on the first, and Andre did apprise me of your travels on the first, and of what became of Lidibus at long last, but I was not aware that you were working with Silver. I consider her a comrade of sorts, though our time together was short. Looking upon the twisted remains of the world you tried to save creates a bond that few can understand. At that time we spoke of what we could hope to achieve with our newfound immortality, and of our regrets. Though I then believed this what had happened to be the natural result of my age and inexperience, I now think this is merely the least painful explanation I could offer myself. Silver is right. We ought to have sought each other out before it was too late. I would not make the same mistake again. With the Warring Triad gone, I am in need of a new purpose, but to seek it alone is folly. I should like to speak with Silver, assuming such a thing is possible. As I mentioned, she understands how I feel more than any other. There may be a way. You speak of the spirit vessel, correct? The means by which the scions return to the source? If I understand the principles at work correctly, then it was a near miracle you succeeded in bringing them back without killing them. If Lidibus is to be believed, however, my current state makes me something of an exception in matters of life and death, in which case there is naught to be lost from making the attempt. Please say you'll help. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. We need an expert in spirit vessels. Go find a catboy. Oh no, it's Andre, come from somewhere. Pray forgive the delay. Thou didst seek my counsel. Guess they must be back now. Aye, the gifts granted young Unuk Halhai by Hadlin of the Asians may prove a boon in easing the transition. However, I know not to what extent, nor what might befall the spirit should it be lost betwixt worlds. Nevertheless, I know that this is my path forward. Please, Andre. Very well. If thou believest that thou shalt find new purpose in the first, I will do all in my power to see thee safely there. We shall but be a few moments. Mayhap a worthy turn might keep thee occupied while I perform the necessary magic. Such as the book about the Warring Triad, one presumes. So, collective sound 3 powerful icons were brought during the Third Astral Era by the native tribes of Mericidia against the Outguns. Perceived with the power to throw back an Imperial invasion, resulting incarnations with a force of 9 calculable might. They shuffled them to machinery. Agencies. Then until Archbishop Thorn and the 7th Fish God rattled the bars of their cage. Come to Assus last seeking to absorb the Three's power and make of himself a god without rival. Fortunate then that the War of Light and his companions thwarted Thorn before he realized his tyrannical ambitions, but victory was not without consequence. Violence cracked the seals that kept them in torpor, and they began to stir. Gallian Empire and their efforts to plunder the secrets of Isis lair threatened to drag them out. Little of Sephiroth, who was chief deity of the tribe of tree-like beings, a sacred tree ascended to godhood. Elegant history discovered upon the history of destruction brought fascinating new facts to life. The ability to induce spontaneous growth in living lawsoness through manipulation of ambient ethers did not hesitate to direct this energy upon himself. Grew to gigantic proportions during his conflict with the armies of Alec, using his own colossal limbs to corrupt great saves of devastation through their enemies. Eventually overwhelmed, Alec performed energy experiments upon the captured icon, siphoning these growth-inducing energies into cultivation of numerous chimerical monstrosities, one unnatural existence propagating countless others. When one believes one can control unbreakable, however, a single overlooked law inevitably leads to catastrophe. I know of at least one civilization that collapsed under the hubris. When the appeals from extracting the Genesis expression, Warrior of Lightness allies pursued the Legatus and the soldiers and succeeded in tying them the formula. Claim their interest in primal technology comes from deciding to constrain their entities wanting destruction. Such control placed the power of gods in the hands of a select group of men. Who then might oppose the Emperor should he wish to sunder the world? And what guarantee prevents error and happenstance from setting the primals free? Ever the threat of their accidental awakening will loom above our heads. By harnessing a primal one to condensing and concentrating its vast energies, upon its release, its long suppressed power and simmering rancor explodes with unimaginable violence. To the beastmen, such might can only become with more might. Powers of the magnetic collide, they consume immense reservoirs of ether. The star will be drained of life, all the clash can be decided, and all will crumble into oblivion. Goddess has fallen, and only one power of the warring triad remains. According to records we discovered, the Icon had once schemed to bring the Allegan Empire to Rome from within. Historians spoke of her followers, and how they perceived the ever-expanding Imperials as anathema to the world's balance. Equilibrium is her domain. Her worshippers saw the writing of the scales as their sacred duty, and thus did they resist the Allegan's invasion with holy fervour. Never mind that the summoning of an Icon did upset the precious balance all the more. The concept of balance, however, is of great interest to my master. A world must have both light and darkness, and the sudden surge of either will endanger its very existence. Spoke thus, I am not the light servant, but for the present I must serve. One cannot arbitrate equilibrium if one is not fluid of stance. Tenets of our justice are found not in light nor darkness, nor the great shades in between. We but seek to enforce that which prevents the visitation of oblivion. To moderate the endless race of war that such that neither side claims victory, that is our charge. Were broken from their slumber, likely doing as Sophia's worshippers, and immediately began attempting to rouse their master. We found ourselves in an unexpected alliance with the forces of the 6th Legion and rushed inside the research facilities to put a stop. Whether they succeeded in this initial endeavour, the effort cost the lives of many Imperial soldiers, including Regular Van Hydrus himself. Seizing the opportunity that their sacrifice brought for us, Warrior of Light led a company of Echo-blessed champions against the half-woken thing, cast down the final thingy. To Lance's acquisition and looked to recruit the aid of the Scions with their own moment's hesitation. His decision motivated not by glory but loyalty to his Emperor. Above all, he strove to enforce the will of a childhood friend and ensure that the primal threat hanging over the star would be eradicated. The meddling of the Gallian Empire has been our greatest obstacle. That an officer so lofty within its ranks should recognise the danger and make such rational choices is a significant development in our war against primals. Ere the star upon which I was born became the voyage, champions who lived upon it chose to embrace self-destruction rather than cease their infernal conflict. They become lost within their own ambitions, strangling for life from one another even as the flood of darkness swallowed them whole. Here on Heidelin, the power of light is not so feeble. The soul will survive with a balance holds, but we must also take care that the scales do not swing too far in light's favour. As we fight on the side of light, we must trust that our companions will steer us away from the lure of extremity and help guide us along the narrow path of salvation. It is the actions of men such as Regular Van Hydrus that give me hope that the future of the star is not beyond redemption. Like, the thing is, find a decent spot and click on decent spot. That's interesting because a lot of that is basically predicting the themes of Shadowbringers, like, don't fall too close to the first. 'Tis done. Pray God his vessel well. Unukahai is, as I and the other Scions were on the first, a soul with form, yet no true body. Thus 'twas a simple matter to transfer him to the vessel using the self-same process as before. To withdraw his essence across the rift ought to prove similarly straightforward. However, I fear that such an existence cannot sustain itself indefinitely. Look to the Asians' example. Their persistent use of flesh and blood vessels surely hath cause. Be it danger akin to that which would have befallen us had we not returned to the source, I know not, but the time may come when the boy requireth a fully corporeal form. Should this come to pass, I trust that thou shalt come to his aid. For the moment, however, thou needst only convey the spirit vessel to Begluke. Farewell, both of thee. Hi, Begluke. So, not to freak you out or anything, but we may have done a thing. I want to know where this is leading to. I feel like I'm going to do all of these things that I really enjoy, and then I'm going to do Werlyt and be like, but oh well. Actually, I hadn't thought about this. So in previous expansions, I'm going to double check this. In previous expansions, let's take Shadowbringers for example, for Stormblood rather, for example, we've had, for extremes, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 extremes, and then a special one. So in Shadowbringers, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but Memoria Misera is like a specific one. Are we gonna get another one? Because like with Heaven's Order, what did we have? We just had 7. Realm Reborn is strange, but ultimately we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then Ultimate Bane is the strange one. So really, Heavensward is the one that doesn't have the like special one. But I wonder if we're going to get another trial, or if Werlyt is the last one. I wonder. Because Memoria Misera doesn't have a dragon, so. Oh no, still further up, maybe. Words and knowledge will want to change with the age, and experiencing this firsthand, I find I've developed an even greater appreciation for what we have in the cabinet. From a glimpse of the world before the flood to a portrait of the heroes who arose in its wake, I pray that all the knowledge gathered here shall ever be available to those who seek it out in generations hence. Back again, are you? I'm flattered you've grown so fond of Northrend. Or I would be, but I have that expression you not always wear when you're about to ask me for something. Best not tell anyone else about this, lest you suddenly find yourself everyone's first choice in interworld ferry services. You did what? And after all the perils your friends faced and the labours we undertook to return them to your world, you brought another soul across the rift? Have you no common sense? Nope. Clearly. Nevertheless, for my own peace of mind, I assume you have a compelling reason for this. Removing spirit from vessel will be easy enough, I suppose. However, it requires a few moments without you breathing down my neck. Also, your friend is unlikely to materialise with clothes on, so I doubt they'll want an audience. You should wait here. Perhaps take the opportunity for some self-reflection. Oh, well, at least I tried. We'll find you at the Wandering Stairs directly, then. I wonder if this is a precursor to more things about oops, I wanted to do J. More things about oops, sorry, I hit the wrong button there. Ah, come on, move. Words, difficult. I wonder if this is a precursor to more Void Quests, because they were called Void Quests on the patch notes, so mayhap we will get more. Bacon bits. You want me to speak with someone? Very well. You've done the same at my request often enough. How long were you meant to wait for this friend of yours? I do have work to do, you know. Here you are. Pardon the delay. Took some time to acquire robes of an appropriate size. Is this them? Silver. Unukahai? Indeed, 'tis I. Trust me, I can hardly believe that I'm here myself. Should think so. When I sent Maeve to ask after you, it never occurred to me you might be able to cross the rift without Ascian aid. No mysterious mask? My choices and my reasons are my own now. If I'm to have faith in them, in myself, I cannot hide who I am. Speaking of which, Unu Kalhai was kind enough to fill me in, unlike some, and I was interested to hear of an erstwhile hero of the 13th serving libations at the Wandering Stairs, but that this hero should be you surpasses the scope of even my considerable imaginings. Was that you at Gorinez Loot? So long ago? Not so long ago to me, or you mayhap, though I thought I might at least put those days behind me. Perhaps this is for the best. They're not all bad memories. They never are. I should very much like to hear your story, should you be willing to share it. Our world, like this one, had its fair share of would-be heroes, myself and Unu Kalhai amongst them. Unlike your warriors of light, however, each was unaware of or unconcerned with our fellows. But to fight alone is to fall alone, in the insidious ether the Auracite used to seal primals corrupted once noble souls and turned them, one by one, to darkness. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape its consequence. No surprise, perhaps, as we continued to struggle in solitude. We were spared by Ascian machinations, but only as our world met its death. But what if that death could be undone? I was told that much of the first was consumed by light, as our home was by darkness. Yet balance and life are being restored to even that scoured land they call the empty. If such thing is possible, then why not the reverse? Could we not bring light back to the 13th? Even the Ascians considered the 13th lost, thus was it excluded from the rejoining. But what say you? You have a way of making miracles happen. Anything is possible. Doesn't sound like an empty platitude coming from you. It was the same with Ardbert. Pardon the interruption, but might I suggest a closer examination of conditions on the 13th before we form any conclusions? How would we do that safely? I'm not giving Maeve the teasing ones. According to the records, there was a group who worked out how to open small void gates through which to summon minor fell beasts and the like. Magics of that nature should work, though I'm unsure if any with knowledge of the original technique yet live. That sounds familiar. How fortunate. Fortunate. Let us inquire with that Tane immediately. You do that. In the meantime, I'll ready a means of peering into the depth of the void without endangering ourselves. Use these to contact me when you're prepared to open the gate. We shall, at the very first opportunity, I promise. I love this. Really hasn't aged a day. Not that it should surprise me of all people, but... Hey up, Taina. How you feeling, Kerrig? Dwarf can drink. I feel like there's an act through my skull and she's completely fine. I have to do a different voice for Taina now. It's always a pleasure, Maeve. Aye, but who's your friend? I don't believe we've met. We have not, as I'm not from this world. Situation is rather complicated, but I'm hoping that you'll be willing to assist me. So, you see... It is true that we had the means to open such portals. We called them hollows, and it was through one of these that I was drawn into the rift. So it is possible. Not with my power alone. I understand the greatness of your need, and while Nailbert's still at my side, I should be glad to make the attempt, but the technique required the combined force of our energies and residents. If one person's magics are sufficient, perhaps I could assist. From what I can sense, our ethereal reserves are roughly equivalent, and our physical similarities suggest that the energies are not incompatible. I fear you underestimate the difficulty of the task. Nailbert were born for this, and even so it took us years before our efforts were perfectly in step. I realise that it's a lot to ask considering we just met, but could we not at least attempt it? Yours is the only such magic I've ever heard of, and if we might actually be able to save my home. May I interject? You recall the crystals in my possession and preserve the memories of the former warriors of light, including Nailbert's in ethereal form. And Unukalhe here has a particular talent for interpreting the minds and motives of ethereal beings. Primals. If I could imply the same principles to interpret Nailbert's crystal. An experiment worth trying, at the least. I'll fetch it. Give a sneeze. Speak to me, Nilebert. Do his memories of his training with Taina remain? They do, and such strong sentiment with them. Taina, you should know that Nilebert desired nothing so much as to rescue you, his dearest friend. He's held so fiercely to his memories of the technique you mastered together because he hoped they might be your salvation. Oh, Nilebert, I won't let them go to waste. I will do what I can to help see the 13th restored. Thank you. I won't pretend I understand half of what's going on here. Just keep them from running headlong into anything too dangerous, will you? You got it. Nothing to worry about so long as you're around, I'm sure. Wicked White. Nearly forgot. I've half a dozen orders to fill. You know where to find me when you made progress with the gate. Poor Sylvia. Or Silva. Ciela. Sala. How you pronounce her name. Okay. I did warn you. Okay. Okay, could slow down. It's time to slow down a bit. Who hasn't been a touch reckless in pursuit of a good cause? Try to make sure he stays in one good piece, eh? Well, ready when you are. If you have no objection, Taina, I'd like to practice creating hollows as soon as possible. Of course, but not within the Crystarium. If we succeed in opening even the smallest window into that realm, it is likely that fell creatures will emerge. Follow me. What have you got to say, Sienna? 7 flags of ale, 2 mutes, 1 large cheese batter. What am I forgetting? Pumpkin head. Oh, someone has a little Morrow, it's so cute. I don't have, like, I need a Christmassy pet. Unicorns aren't particularly Christmassy. I'm just in general, having a good time enjoying this match. Okay. There you are. Please, tell Taina we can begin. Assuming no one ventures near, this location should be suitable. Unukalhai, when I've given the word to begin channeling your ether, Nilebert's memories will have told you as much. But it's imperative you maintain focus on our ethereal resonance throughout this process. With that in mind, Maeve, I see you should take care of any creatures that emerge from the hollow. They should not be of a strength to challenge you, but it will allow us to do our attunement without risk. Then let us begin. Guess that's what the fighting in the background is. Come on, flow where I tell you to. Let me attempt to match your focus. It's opened. It's small, but enough to let something through. Be ready, Maeve. Oh, what was that music? Been quite some time since we opened a gate between worlds like this, but there are some things we never forget, are there? That was far too much effort for such a small gate. On the contrary, given this was your first attempt, it's incredible that we succeeded at all. Now, try synchronizing your breath with mine. Focus on the rhythm of the ethereal flow. Alright, I'm ready. I suppose Taina and Uruk-hai are both large hollow. Of course, the void scent may be proportionally stronger. Sort of cast adrift in this world. I'm going to sneeze again. Oh, lovely. Pardon me. Love Akamon. Okay. Where your breath ends, mine begins. Where your ether flows, mine follows. Together. Like the keys, I just noticed that. Unbelievable. Full attunement so soon. Be ready, Maeve. Oh, it's one of these spooky things. I like them. More than a match for it. I'll just set fire to something else. Just to finish using the Firebird, you know? I think I've grasped the principle now. I need only remember the feeling for the next time. I almost feel as if I do remember it. Your ether is familiar somehow, but that's impossible, of course. Like talking to an old friend. Yes, that's what it's like. Maybe Uruk-hai has whatever the soul inside Nilebert is on the 13th. Now that Taina and I are capable of performing the necessary magics, I should like to make an attempt at investigating conditions on the 13th. Might I trouble you to contact Werlyt? Ring ring. You there? I hope you've not lost focus on the void problem. I have an exciting breakthrough to share, a work of proxy-related genius, if I do say so myself. Werlyt, excellent timing. We've made considerable progress as well, and are ready to open a portal when you are. Well, what say you meet me at Laxon Loft forthwith? Far enough from any major aetherites to avoid any sort of ethereal interference that would be a hindrance to our observation of the void. Very well, we will see you at this Laxon Loft anon, or as soon as I can find it. I'll lead the way. I too am eager to be one step nearer our goal. You don't mind if I think of it as our goal, do you? I'd be honoured. Thank you, Taina. They are buddies. Like, as much as I'm not a fan of this, like, soul shard assigned soulmates, they are still buddies, you know? Appear at Laxon Loft, like, last time I was here, I was, Silver will recognise this, I was fighting the dog with eyes that, was summoned to bring darkness to the world. Been here, fought. Where did the fight take place? Don't mind me just flying around on my motorcycle, whose wheels are still spinning. Around here, I guess. Oh, leave me alone. Scarce believe how quickly we've progressed. It's almost as if we've been friends all along. It appears Bekluka's yet to arrive. Patience, Nukahai. I hope you weren't waiting too long. Remember being back here, Silver? What, you didn't think I'd want to see this for myself? The 13th was my home too, if you recall. Quite, though as I explained, we won't be the ones doing the seeing, strictly speaking. This familiar will gather all the information we need, assuming you two can create a hollow for it to pass through. We should have got Gaia in on this. That'll do nicely. Now fly, my Porksy, fly! Well, it's made it in. And something is coming out. Evil Porksy? What? What? My, that is an ugly one, isn't it? What is that? What are those? Vine, but it's me saying, what is that? There are more pressing matters at hand. Fine. Dvalin. Like that its butt appears to be attached to the rock. As I expected, these creatures hardly pose a challenge to you. Maybe don't tell Kerrig about how large and horrible that one was, though. We've already come further than I dared hope. I'm truly fortunate to have found Taina. Those two really taken to each other, haven't they? Suppose they are of a similar age, in some ways at least. Thank you for clearing that up. Porksy ought to be back at any moment, now, though I can't sense it. Odd. Perhaps it's lost? If Maeve created an etheric beacon as they did for me, it might find its way back more easily. That may work. Give it a go. Okay. Had to Google who Dvalin was. Keep at it. Aha! A distinctly Porksy-like presence. I see this now. There we are. Now close that hollow before anything follows. I like that they just zoom on the mog head. I believe it has performed its tasks thoroughly, as instructed. Good Porksy. With luck, its observations may indeed lead us to a means of driving the darkness from the 13th. However, I'll need to review its findings in detail before I can tell you more, and it could take years to deduce a suitable solution. I admit that I'm impatient to find a way forward, but I've endured millennia with half as much hope as I have now. If I must wait, then that is what I shall do. Like Maeve and your Warriors of Light, I will persevere until my world is safe once more. That is what a hero does. I think you'll make a good one. You as well. That's the end of excitement for the time being. We should head back to the Wandering Stairs. Clear out that pile of anxiety Carrick is spreading all over the place. Void Quest and 6.0 waggles eyebrows. Right, sorry, what I'm doing while I load in is scrolling up to scroll up in spoilers chat. Grombo Chumbus. What a name, huh? Let's do your hair after this, seeing as we're here. And I think it's just the one quest, so. Well, I've got some good news. Ah, you returned hail and whole. Not that I had any doubt you would, of course. And how did your search of the Hollow go? We may have the information we need to save the 13th. It may be some time, years maybe, until we can be certain, but I will be here for as long as it takes. On that subject, I've been thinking. Would you be interested in joining us? As a bounty hunter, I mean. Carrick and I hunt down Sin Eaters and other threats. The first was saved, but it remains far from safe. You could help us protect the people here. I think I would quite like that. Protecting people. If I can do that, then perhaps I will find the strength I need when the time comes. Strength, you say? Sounds like you could use a dwarf with a massive hammer. A new set of Warriors of Light. I may have shared the tale of the 13th with a few other noted hunters. I know what it feels like to fight for something you've already lost, to need to find a way to make it right. And I know it's not easy to fight on your own, inconvenient as that little truth may be. Thus a new team is born. This calls for a toast. Like that they're all like, nope. I don't accept. So long as this lake carries the weight. I'm a bounty hunter, not a Fuka herder. Hang on, who's gonna heal you guys? Thank you so much, all of you. I'd be honoured to fight at your side. I shall do my best to justify the faith you've shown in me, and to save my home. Someday, I hope we can visit it together. Is Unukalhai a healer? I mean, this is true, the original Warriors of Light did have 3 tanks, but... because they had a warrior and 2 paladins. Nice, nice. I'm glad Tanya's made a friend his own age. A bit on the odd side, but aren't we all? Anybody else around that I can talk to? How you doing, Ciela? Liu sends you. You're welcome to loiter about here, if you intend to spend some coin you're at. Not that I'm not grateful for the business you brought in mind. Hunters are here even more often now that they're working together and their accounts never go unsettled for long. Pain in the ass to serve, of course. Maybe I'll drop your name next time I need them to behave. Still, it's nice to feel like something grand is in motion again. Perhaps Ardbert rubbed off on me more than I appreciated. There's doubtless much I can learn from work as a bounty hunter, especially with Tainer as my guide. What should I know about that? Mitron? You're quite certain? And a girl bearing low-grief soul. I thought I said something oddly umbral about the Crystarian of late. Ardbert meant to put an end to the whole business, but truth be told, I wouldn't mind retreading old memories a bit. Might be nice to share a pint with that girl, once she's of age, of course. As a matter of fact, do you think this guy would make a good waitress? No? Damn. As I mentioned, we never met in our previous lives, or should I say, while we were properly alive? Now it gets confusing. Stops getting confusing. In any case, we each fought to protect the 13th, but alone as we were, I can hardly say we now knew the details of his efforts, only the regrets that we shared after. Wasn't too long before we went our separate ways to play our separate parts, yet here we are again. One last chance to walk the noble path together. Who can say? Doing while cleaning up drunkards in Glenard. If this is the punishment you had in mind, I struggle to hand the hard faith. To find no more impossible walking back seeking the masses. I'm now free to share the tale in its entirety, to speak the unadulterated truth. It seems I'll remain in my calling as a tavern wench for a while yet. Doing Tainer. Training like that was nice. It was never easy, even back then, but I miss it. Granson's over there, being grumpy. Don't fret so. I've already told Miss Elvira I'll be in the Crystarian for the time being. Opportunity was just too good to pass up. Think of what we could do with all of us hunters together. They're a good lot, the other hunters. They really care about Unukalhai and saving that world of his. I'm happy to help however I can. Except for the drinking. Count me out of that. Valid. That's so valid. Other hunters aren't half bad at killing stuff. We need to work on their drinking habits. Who drinks wine with dinner? Well. On that note, let's go do Yoha. And then I will finish up with, we'll finish up by doing the Werlyt. I think that's everything. I think Werlyt's the last thing. Yeah. Email. Every day I get emails. Every day I get emails as a just how I feel in general. These things are looking a little better here. There you are. Hi, Connacht. I spy a small stubby. Hey, maybe by the time 5.5 is out, I'll have finished near. Here to see me? I appreciate it, but I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. There's still no sign of Anog, and the villagers are, well, you know how they are. Can't blame them, really. 2P used us. She said as much, but we were the ones who allowed ourselves to be manipulated. I keep thinking about what we might have done differently. You can't change what you've done, but you can change what you do now. You're right. I have to fix this somehow, or at least try. What are you lazing about here for, Connacht? And where's Anog? She's still up to no good, I bet. I'd run off before we could make her own up to it. Don't be ridiculous. Anog, she's what? Go on, explain to us exactly where Anog is. Because I'll tell you where my wife is. She's at death's door because of the injury she suffered in the attack. Even if she wakes up, she may never make a full recovery. So you know what's good for you? You get out of this village before I do something we both regret. Sobbing noises. I'm not going to imitate. Connacht seems in dire need of comfort. Scooches forward. Just give him a pat on the back. Ear will be fine. Really, we're patting the air above his head, but I'm sorry, I really shouldn't be wallowing. I wish I could do something to help, for that man and his wife especially, but I don't know either of them well, and I doubt anyone is willing to talk to me now. I'll ask around for you. As you look at my skirt. Really? Thank you. With a bit of luck, they'll open up to you. If there's anything I can do to make things better, anything at all. In the meantime, I'll find another way to make myself useful. It's not as if there's a shortage of rubble that needs clearing around here. Oops. Speak with villagers that are a likely source of gossip. Look who it is. I hope you're not up to more mischief with Anog and Connacht. A woman with severe injuries and an angry husband? Yes, I know who you mean. I doubt there's much to be done, but I won't stop you from trying. Those two have always been inseparable. I don't think I've ever seen them not holding hands. Can't imagine how he's feeling now that she's in such a state. You're friends with the poor dears, aren't you? Very best friends. And how I long for those days we drank away without care in the world. She always loved mead. We all did. It was good mead. That it was. There. They talked to you, and no one got violent? I suppose we are dwarves, so maybe it's not such a terrible idea. But as far as I know, none of our stores survived the attack. Down the cliff we go, then. Oh, there's some available for purchase. I'd happily spend the coin. Can you show me the way? I could go myself. Pardon me. I insist. I've accompanied you to much more dangerous places before, and I assure you I won't be a burden. And I need to do this. I still have a few things to tidy away before I leave, so I'll meet you at the bridge in a bit. How's 1-1 feeling? There you are. Now, if you'll show me the way. Ladder. I've never used it before. This'll be an adventure. We fly over on Humo horse. We love a good emo unicorn. View is different outside the village. Maybe I can find the perspective I need. Oops. Fly above the Talos. It is really pretty here at night. Apparently you can see like into the alien ship from here in Clusia, so intriguing. It's massive. How in the world did you get this moving? With a great deal of help. Well, go on, tell me all about it. I had no idea all that happened in Yulmore. And the Talos. Marvellous. Wish I had your ability to bring out the best in people. Maybe then Conrail wouldn't be... Never mind. Thank you for an enlightening tale. And now we descend. As it starts raining. Speak with it. You guessed it, Connog. Far be it for you to complain after having insisted upon accompanying you, but are we there yet? Eastward it is, then. Much quicker to fly. I could teleport there, but I may as well fly across and we can enjoy Armorang at night. Deep breaths, Connog. Just act natural. Confident. You can do this. Yeah! Speak to Connog. This time with feeling. Finally got to that bit. Maeve, good to see you. Who's your friend? He seems eager. Lally home. I would like some mead. Please, Mum. Well, I can't say no to one who asks so nicely. And any friend of Maeve's is welcome here. I'll bring out our finest. Did you see? I did it. Ah, feels so good to be working towards a goal again. There we are. Thank you, ma'am. I think this should be sufficient payment. Let's hurry back. As exhilarating as this adventure has been, I want to make a gift of the mead right away. Do you like the dwarven bow? the whole business. Would you like to come with me? When I deliver the mead, I mean. Someone has to look out for you. Appreciate it. I admit that I'm a bit nervous, but this is my chance to help, even if only a small way, so I have to take it. Oops, I didn't realise we'd been teleported back to Conra. Excuse us, we wanted to offer our best wishes, and my sincere apology as well. I know it doesn't come close to making up for what you've been through, but I bought you this. I thought that maybe you could share it later. Go away, we don't want anything from you. Oh. All I want is for you to sod off so that me and my wife never have to see you again. I'm sorry. Towards Restos. You'd best follow him lest he come to harm. Bartholomew Connick so earnestly wished he could cheer the unfortunate couple, now lies forlorn. Bloody, we've got another situation in our beard's hoe. Connick just ran right past the crater. Don't know about you, but I'd rather not have him there by himself, especially not when he's so upset. I could hear the sobs from yards away. What's that all about? There's this injured woman. It's a tragic state of affairs all around. The man you met, his wife was with child before her injury. Can't blame him for lashing out given the circumstances. But that doesn't mean Connick deserves to take the brunt of it all. Consider it a personal favour if you'd find him and tell him so. Another personal favour at any rate. He's not the most athletic dwarf I've ever met, so with any luck he wouldn't have got far while we've been talking. I'll go and have a word with certain folks in the village, see if we can't repair some of the damage that's been done. Do you appreciate that? That's the view from oops. Where am I looking for Connick? In here, I guess. Abruptly have Sephiroth theme stuck in my head for no good reason. I could pick up some of the boxes that I lost or never got. So abruptly it's daytime. Find no sign of the dwarf you seek, save for fears. Find no sign of the dwarf you seek, save for fears you're becoming all too familiar with. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of records here, so... At least we get to sit here. I love the music in here. It's so, just in general, it's so relaxing. Just feels nice, you know? While I'm here, I'm going to pick up the books. I'll read them later, but... may as well grab them while I'm here. I had a thought that, so the first Yoha raid was before I played Nier, then Puppet's Bunker came out while I'd just, like, in the middle of Route A. Maybe by the time 5.5 comes out, I'll finish Route C and have a better idea of what's going on in general. Because we can but hope, you know? Could ostensibly sleep in 2B's bed. 2B's bed rather, and who amongst us would not take that chance, huh? Right, somewhere over here. There it is. I have a feeling there's another one over this way as well. There we go. Is there a third one? Maybe not. I don't know. How do I get back up there? I've made a mistake. Oh no. Bugger. How do I get back? Can I do this? Bugger, my hubris. We'll see if there's a way I can teleport back to the entrance for the bunker. I feel like there is a teleporty thingy up here. I have to say, I liked the interpretation. This is just a, in general, interpretation that the Earth could be one of the shards, one of the various shards, and so like perhaps that's, you know, if Nier takes place on like future Earth, then perhaps that's sort of how it got here. I don't know though. Right. Sorry that we have to like run through the entire bloody area again. I am a fool. Humanity. body strange. From them. Let's yeah, I'll kill you. I need friends. Yes, thanks for buying a thriving chain of including souls that match regional features and things up. Okay, I'll stop being distracted now, I promise. In the meantime, we can just enjoy the cool Yorha music, you know? At some point, I will pick up all of the boxes that I'm missing. It's really cool to I guess, yeah, it is hinged, which are falling apart. Cool. Right, let's not jump down this time. Still so much to see. The wisp of a beard disappearing around a corner. Conic must be further down. Okay. Enter the alien ship. I'm kind of tired, but nonetheless, we're gonna get Werlyt done today. Can't believe it took me like 3 hours alone to do Eden. Fuck me. I mean, a large part of that was queuing, but still. Can I finally enter the alien ship now? Transpires that the lore that we're all missing is here in the bit that we could never enter before. Waiting for the door to close on me suddenly. Well, not suddenly, but... It's the robo orb. Tube orb. Anog. Time for a dramatic flashback. Anog, look over here. Don't run off, Connacht. It's dangerous. Let your big sister take the lead. Ah. Wicked White. Connacht, move! So confused about what's making the light in their eyes happen. It's very spooky. Anog, are you down there? I'm coming. Anog, answer me. Pardon me. No. Nervous energy. Gremlins? Orb? Anog, are you behind this thing? Anog, please say something. White orb. What? Dwarf. Anog, it's you, isn't it? Come, knock. Excuse me? Fucking pardon? Pardon? Karnog. I think Anog maybe... How did you know? How did you even know about... Never mind. It doesn't matter. Anog is what matters. Anog, she... Let's go home and take some time to think, alright? Fine. It's a scream cat emoji from me if ever there was one, folks. Sorry, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Is it though? Is anything good at all? Your big scream cat emoji energy. Apparently it turned me saying cat emoji. So I said cat emoji and it turned it into the actual cat emoji. Sick. Tell me you found him. Well, I've got good news and bad news. What's the matter? I don't know what I saw, but... She fell from a cliff, you say? And then when she reappeared from this orb, there was no scratch on her? Admit that sounds bad, but I found those two in these very tunnels myself, years ago. They were a pair of troublemakers from the start, and they've always been a little strange, to be sure. They have good hearts, though, both of them. Anok's a little too headstrong to let Tumble keep her down, and I'm certain she'll be back with us before you know it. As for the orb, I haven't the slightest, so don't you go prodding. And keep it quiet for now. We may not be able to keep Karnog from dashing off again later, but we can preserve the peace for now. Both robots, perhaps? Question mark? How bizarre. Anyway, right. Let's finish things off with the trip off to the loss. Because it is time for Werlyt. It's only 2 quests, so who knows how long it'll take, but I have no doubt that the queue will be an absolute ball ache. Okay. Like a Port of Praetoria that we needed. Sorry, I'm like checking spoilers, but trying to avoid any Werlyt spoilers. So anytime we load in, if I'm looking silent and scrolling, that's because I'm scrolling and clicking. Turncliffe, that's startling revelations. Good to see you, Maeve. Pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like for you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what they found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead the way. Hokey pokey. I like all these purple chocobos they got around. All set for the journey ahead? Okay. We're into the Werlyt spoiler zone in this Werlyt chat that I'm in, so I shan't click. Seems that Sid is not in the habit of saying the same thing twice, which is why must be why he's waited for you to arrive before revealing the truth of his investigations. The Imperials may be gone, the scars they have left on this once peaceful town will doubtless take many years to heal. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to disperse his findings. Severa, inform him of May's arrival. I have to work a new voice for Sid, there's too many blokes in this. Thanks for coming. So, what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went in covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store the weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We now know the codenames given to 3 of the weapons: Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously we're familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. At the very least. The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air, which of course leaves only one option, the sea. According to what fragmented data we were able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with the quantum capabilities, much like the Sapphire, meaning that its escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected, and it could potentially be anywhere by now. But if Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. Ah yes, as we're noted to be the only land that has primals. Travelling by sea would allow them to circumvent the front line at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobo, Severa. Seems the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. Far more likely it was transported to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow a search to but 2 possible locations. Castrum Marinum in the Rotano Sea, and Castrum Occidens in eastern Lenosha. So Castrum Marinum means Sea Castle, noted, very good song by Purituring, and Castrum Occidens, I believe, is Western Castle? I can't remember. Both of which are known to harbour remnants of the 14th Legion. Your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as I may, our objective is unchanged. Valdolin, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occidens, while Maeve and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we'll give the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage it sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. While elegant machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacements in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. While I'm aware this is a far from adequate replacement, I can provide an Ironworks submersible to help Maeve and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one sent ahead to Vesper Bay. A submersible, eh? Don't wish I could sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I should count ourselves fortunate our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, Maeve. It is time we departed. Let us make our way to Vesper Bay. Okay. So Occidens means the setting castle. which I had translated mentally to west because that's where things set. We'll load eventually, huh? There we go. Christ alive, that took long enough. Okay, I don't know what that... hang on. Mystery quest I've not unlocked. Ah. It unlocks New Game Plus, that's why I haven't done it yet. In the event my attempt to bypass the custom security fails, submersible missiles at best be able to withstand Imperial weaponry long enough for us to escape. As per Master Gallon's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. Before you depart, I've received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues on Turncliffe. Apparently uses some sort of levitating hand-like appendages. 6 of them, in fact, though I'm not quite sure what purpose they serve. Sounds like having eyes in the back of your head might come in handy. But that's all we know, I'm afraid. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon has indeed been transported to the castrum, it would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do so likewise. As one might expect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognising us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the emerald weapon be activated, it is only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. We must silence the War Machina before this happens, and failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear I would only slow you down. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. Sick. Sea Castle, now available. What does guys have to say? Prefer we avoid engaging in formal wars and combat. We cannot allow my sentiments to prevent us from doing what must be done. Alright, you heartless dickwad. Sorry we weren't able to provide any further details on the target. We can only guess what other tricks might have in store for you. Be careful out there. Let's repair. Good old times, some great adventures, but yet to be. Don't you better sneak on your orders like that? You trying to send me to an early grave? Not early as such. Don't tell me. An adventurer, and accomplished one at that. Reckon you can marry too, keen on remembering. Sometimes reflecting on the future can be just what you need. New Game Plus unlocked. There we go. Okay. Anyway. Maybe there'll be a PF up for, now. Okay. Prog 12 to 3 p.m. Okay. Proggers. Like this person is just looking for just looking for some friends to play with. Okay, it's a whole bunch of pardon me. Oh, I could not for the life of me work out what they were saying with Happy Strat. It's the Mr. Happy Strat. Okay, just need healers. Come on, healers. Come on, healer. There we go. Okay. My constant goal is to try and minimize the amount of stuff that I have on my hotbar. You know? Just trying to keep stuff oh. Nearly hit withdraw though, like an idiot. Let's go. That was a lot quicker than the Eden queue. I guess people wanted to do Eden yesterday in order to get Savage unlocked. Right. Congrats us for having snuck in. This is it. The emerald weapon. Ugly fucker, innit? I've been expecting you, hero of Eorzea. Look, father, this is the power that we command. I love this music. Mark 5 anti-icon war machina. The emerald weapon. Tacos a pizza, tacos a pizza, tacos. Okay. Well, a whole bunch of us are new, so we'll see how this goes. I know it's meant to say Heart of Sabik, but it really does sound like it's saying beef soft tacos, you know? Oh boy. Oh, was I the only person hit by that? Don't understand what that means. Ah, please help. Get moving. Nice. Survived that time. I've not been paying attention to what its cast abilities have been called. Division control. Blind and conquer, I guess, is what that's meant to be. Hashtag magnetism. This is the wrong place to stand, but I've committed to it now. Should follow the puppies. I know that information. It was a formation that was used in Werlyt all those years ago. Oh. Okay. So this is the fuck casters bit, I see. Just what I needed. More balls to avoid, huh? Oh, fuck. I missed some dialogue. So Gaia says, there's no need to fight for us, let us help you. Sorry, Father, we've come too far to back down now. Is he planning to bring down the whole castrum? I don't think I made it to Firebird once. Right. Trusting you, puggies. Okay. That looks rough. Is this a DPS check? Ultima's another raid ride. Duckles. So it's come to this, but no matter what, I can't afford to lose. Not even you can beat the Empire's finest. Activating Oversoul. Oh no! Baelsar combat data ready. Initiating organic core. Ali, Avance, this is goodbye. Rex, what have you done? What is the meaning of this? Wait, that glow. Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. Yeah, bitch. This is Werlyt at the time of the invasion. Could the synthetic Aurosite be causing this? Oh no. The end has come. Honestly, I have no sympathy for him though. What's this mean? Oh, Jesus. For Gaius, I mean. 4th is the end. Or the last one, the 4th one is last. Oh, the safe zone. God, I like this music. Legio Phantasmacus. I'm gonna have to like watch a guide of this to translate all of the things. Forward. Fire. Off tank is red balling. You know what? No matter what else happens, we'll always have this music. Coming synthetic Orsite system deals a bunch of health points. Okay, now it's time for a raid ride. Off tank is back. I keep getting hit by that. I must not be standing in the right spot. Well, that's not... Oh, as a instruction, I guess, and imperative, as a, this is what you ought to do. I'm very out of practice with my Latin, I have to say. Okay, so I'm going to get scooched forward, so I want to be here, I think. And a second. Oh no. Well, it's fine, we cleared before I had a chance to die. That didn't feel as dramatic as the other ones. Strangely. One come. And so it ends. But why would Rex throw away his life for this? What do you fucking think, dipshit? You're right. If I'm ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It galls me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known the Alliance would follow the Emerald Weapon here sooner rather than later and make good their escape. Meaning the way is now clear for Sid to inspect the War Machiner's remains. We got here as soon as we could. Sorry. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems that the Emerald Weapon was ilm for ilm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, Maeve has once again proven themselves capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that Castrum Arcanens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we'd never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope that he is at peace. We will do what we can to spare the others from sharing his fate. I and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the Emerald Weapon. Carefully, that is. Very strange fight. Yeah, I felt kinda... dunno. I'm not sure how I felt about that. Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre and Recon too? Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes, that's what the synthetic Orosite system is. The fusion between pilot and core is key to the Oversoul, and unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the Primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try and stop us. Of course I would, but I don't understand why all of you are so willing to give your lives for the weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Guardians lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, and endless supply of test subjects for its twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become the strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Ali, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all, except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we agreed. Ali, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now's our chance to get you out of here. Then why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlyt's freedom. Basically, they're completely, what's the word I'm looking for? How can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. They bought into the propaganda. We will forever be at your side, Ali. Rex, take her to the holding cells. No, let me go! So, win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father, is that right? They'll take Ali into their custody before the Guardians return, or you will be free to pilot the Emerald Weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I've told you? You mustn't lose Oversoul. I can't lose you, too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the Emerald Weapon fighting at its peak if we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic Orosite system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. Absolutely brainwashed. That's the word I was looking for. Bought into the propaganda. Is what I'm trying to justify bad writing with. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. Can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. Rex, why? Why? Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps you should come with us? There's no use in her staying here. Fair. Okay, we're still in the question mark zone. Severus taking care of Ali, but it may be some time until her nerves have settled. If the vision you witnessed is true indeed, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she's ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Ali's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing that I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw that her back was covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? Seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis, judging by the varied stages of bruising. I dare say this was the work of her guardian masters. Your people, Gaius. Not anyone else's, your people. You speak as though you've seen this before. Seen? I've lived through it myself. I was born in Werlyt, 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded guardian and member of the occupying forces. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it is more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlyt, who treated us as badly as the Guardians did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear, and so I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenos, Galvus and Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Werlyt. Well, it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Guardians had denied her treatment, claiming it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught that I could do. There was nothing left for me in Werlyt. I'd be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then I met you, Gaius. So that is the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew naught of your past. It sickens me to think that I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. You didn't fight under the same banner as them, Gaius. You were one of their commanders. I'd always believed it to be a duty of the strong to lead the weak. Yet there are those who become drunk on the power afforded by their station, and prey on those they should protect. Horseshit. Like a canker, this corruption is spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Guardian blood, such as myself, are subject to the cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Aura, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps, like me, Ali thought she'd be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. These are your kids, Gaius! I only hope that with time, Ali can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Vardalon's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there's been any change. Fuck you, Gaius. You're the one. Fuck you, Gaius. That you have overcome the Emerald Weapon. It is hardly cause for celebration. Another young life cut short. Rex's death is on my hands, not yours. Would that this confrontation had been averted, but alas, 'twas not to be. Suppose you're here to ask about Ali. Is she well enough to speak with us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I'd say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. Ali, I'm sorry. What happened to Rex? It was my fault. Melisandre and Recon too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, this cannot go on. Please, Ali, you must tell me all you know. Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted. So much has happened, it seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valens van Varo was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that, he was a specialist in experimental magitech machinery. We later discovered he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Your people, Gaius. Some even say he's planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens van Varo. I must admit it was only recently I first heard that name. Valens uses knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He is one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the ultimate weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld. Where you treated those who served the Empire based on merit rather than on their race or origin, Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. Never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it. Don't take those words to heart, Valterlen. So the marks on your body are his handiwork? Yes. To Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments, playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I'd remained in Garlemald, you never would have been forced to endure this abuse. Not your fault. We could have fled from Valens if we'd wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we'd be condemning others. But if we were to stay, to see the weapon project completed to its completion, we'd gain the power to defeat Valens and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. That way we might start fresh and find a place we can call home. And not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live a life in peace. You'd give your lives for a future you may not yet live to see. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who were able to stop Valens. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. Diamond weapon, I guess. If only I could get my hands on it. Then I could save Alphonse and all of Werlyt. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You're everything he aspires to be. I have failed him. Failed you all. This is trying to make me give a shit about Gaius. I just don't. He's just a shithead. Like, he's never done anything good ever. I will free him from Valens if it is the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever. Listen, Ali. I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit, for the ultimate weapon was born not to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is. I'm sorry. I don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Ali, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Recon, and Midasandia, aren't you? We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask this of you, but... lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I know now why they call you hero. I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about his new friend. Severa sees that she has everything she needs. The thing is, like, Gaius can be all idealistic as he wants, but in the end, these are his people. He was a key commander in this army. He bears the responsibility for this. And also, like... how do I word this? When you... Gaius has a tendency to be like, builds nuclear bomb is destructive. Gaius, shocked cat. Like, he's not a particularly smart guy. Allies must be improved to these troubling events. May I ask you to relay the news to the troops in Girabania? Your loving father act may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honour your word? Seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colours. Honestly, Valdalona is the only valid character. Ready to return to Girabania? Go talk to Severa. Leave Ali to me. Having cared for my mother for so long before being transferred away, I'd like to think I've developed a suitable bedside manner. While I'm painfully aware of the cruelty the Empire shows its enemies, even I am appalled to hear of how it treats its own. War Machina that feed on the very lives of their pilots can scarcely imagine anything more heinous. Majority of the 7th Legion is sure to be stationed in the city of Werlyt, the heart of this occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is there with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where we do not know. Stands to reason, however, that if we were to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. Right. Let's head back to Girabania. Sorry, got distracted there. Recently received word of your victory with the Omen of Darkness. I expect it was another fine display on your part. Not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account. If you wouldn't mind. Well, it was kind of underwhelming, but I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie. Now, if I may say so, looks like your ideas have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, be sure to get some rest. Crinkles eyebrows. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Crexon chamber. been warned for this segment, by the way, so, Gore CW, maybe? I like Gore content warning, I should say. 3 weapons. 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister no less, has escaped. And who should she go crawling to with that swine Gaius? After everything I've done for her, and this is how she repays me. As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course, it's your first time, isn't it? Come along, there's no need to be shy. Looks like a dickhole. You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. May look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful, and you want him to get better, don't you? There's a good boy. Now let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad. Out. Bad. Burn out the bad. Burn out the bad. Burn out the bad. The bad. Burn out the bad. Burn out the bad. Out the bad. Well done. You've all made Father proud. Very proud indeed. As for you, thought you were cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. And since you allowed that wretch of a sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius van Balsar, whatever it takes, and if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like vermin they are. Ugh. Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos combat data, so do whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Aurosite system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. Hee hee. We hate to see it, folks. Lord Valence, preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys. I don't like that phrase. Come along, everyone. It's only got to hurt his back more, no doubt. We hates it, Precious. We hates it so much. This is my chance, and it's also thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I will be unstoppable. First Valens, then the Empire itself will fall, and we will be free at last. Father, keep Ali safe. Melisandre, Rickon, Rix, I'll see this through to the end. I promise. Really hate it. Until then, watch over me. So, is it ready or not? The trial sequence has been primed, sir. Then get on with it. Initiating synthetic orosite system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. What's going on? You're helping us with a little research is all. Whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. You have Xenos data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valens. Galva's combat sample ready. Initiating organic core override. My mind is... No, if this is what it takes to protect you both. I love you. I'm so sorry. Oh, is he becoming embeefened like Xenos is? Where is my prey? Organic core overwrite complete. Xenos Yeet Galbus data loaded. Subjects instinctively bound to seek out prey, right from the outset. Regardless of the combat prowess it may boast, I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Deactivating synthetic orosite system. Gross. How revolting. And what a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. But sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. My mind is playing the laughter from the beginning of Bad Guy by Billie Eilish. My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humour. The great Valens van Varo, bargaining with savages. Ha! More for him for trusting me in the first place. channels his passion to crafting homages to my favourite war machina, which is more than a mere hobby. It is the wind in my sails. Yes, of course. Just a moment, please. Gods, the thing weighs a ton. Perhaps I should have used lighter materials. How do you get the hands to float around? What do you think? It is every bit as terrifying as the foe you faced. Behold the malevolent Malachite Marauder, the vicious Viridian Villian, the Jumentus Giant, perhaps they're not the last one. Anyway, it's the Emerald Weapon. I assured you I spared no expense in making it as true to life, so to speak, as possible. Information we received regarding its design revealed several startling details. Perhaps most surprisingly of all were the free-floating manipulators, or hands if you prefer, which allow it to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. We even learned the positioning was based on tactics used by Gaius himself when he led the Imperial invasion of Werlyt. By surrounding the target, they're able to bombard it from all sides while keeping it pinned down. This is too much war stuff for Emerald Weapon was able to replicate Gaius' renowned Terminus Est gunplay technique, though on a much larger scale. I wish I could have been there to see it for myself. Ah, you're so lucky. Goodness me, all this talking has made me rather parched. Before I miss myself with a nice glass of local Aric, I think it's time for us to fire up the real virtuality combat simulator experiencinator to see what wonders it can conjure. Anything could happen, so don't say I didn't warn you. Castrum Marinum Extreme now accessible. This was the most important thing, because that Ray Group and I are going to start working on that on Sundays. Right, let's do this. Maeve, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard it can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of Imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless times other problems that need tending to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Maeve. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, speak to your usual escort. Beef soft tacos, beef soft tacos, beef soft tacos, beef. I know it's meant to be hard to speak, but does it? Boss whipped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. Majority of the 7th Legion. Okay. Yep. This is the... done that dialogue already. You're the one who piloted that war machina and defeated the sapphire weapon, aren't you? I thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina, and I grew up here. I straight out the occupation and was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we're now rid of the Imperials, although I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For 10 long years, we suffered at their hands. A whole generation of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. Suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope that my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honour their memory. I want to leave something behind to their sake, to prove they haven't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I need to see the official list of conscript. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town, but with the resistance troops and ironworks engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me? I'll leave this to you. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. I'll let you do the talking if that's right. Something I can help you with? Here's the tea. Bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I better go with her in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. My headcanon for Arshad is that he was born here. He has no memory of it, though. So... I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisandre. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion of all places. What do you mean, of all places? It all began when we were serving in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. Then, one day, she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with the foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one, Rickon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with her adoptive father, Gaius van Balsar, before they departed. It was actually another one of his orphans, Livia/Junius, who forbid them from seeing him. Can't say for certain, but it seems that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius from that anyone else see him. She was groomed. Far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length. Nope, whenever possible. But her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a prefectus Castrorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. When I was taken back that a Rogan had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he'd spoken with his subordinates. I'd hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorpus front, they'd be in safe hands. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, and then she was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Laticlavius of the 14th, nearer to Skiver, and I worked on restoring the ultimate weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlyt, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now it makes me sick to my stomach to think I'd helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapons core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dreamed of subjecting a true-born Guardian to such barbaric treatment. Not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial conscripts right for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their codenames, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscript, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Let's bring an end to the weapon project. Together. Well, what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met, but to the Empire she was just another pawn in their games. I will never forget her. If there's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that one Markina used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with a plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Grrr. Allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I've done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. I hate balance. I hate Gaius. I'm unhappy. Just in general. My mood is not ideal. So how was your time in Tancliffe? Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. Seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Werlyt's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the Legion is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honoured to fight alongside the people of Werlyt. We won't rest until the Imperials, Regeni in the sub-region, won't rest until the rest of the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. In the meantime, take care. What have you got to say about the Emerald weapon? War Machina developed by the 7th Legion as successor to Ultima. Third reported instance of the synthetic Aurosite system being employed in battle. Combat data from Gaius van Balsa, former legatus of the 4th Imperial Legion, was used as a basis for its attack perimeters. Our analysis concludes that any data collected after van Balsa commenced his invasion of Eorzea was lost following the weapon at the Praetorium. Therefore, the data used in the Emerald weapon must have been gathered in the days prior to the 7th Emerald Calamity. His gunblade techniques and tactics involved multiple soldiers bearing ranged weapons were incorporated in the War Machina's armaments, particularly the floating manipulators that could be positioned at various locations around the battlefield. Emerald's weapon is believed to have been transported from the Imperial base in Turncliffe to Castle Morinham, where it underwent final adjustments. It was finally destroyed in an operation spearheaded by Maeve Connolly. All other information regarding the subject was gained via verbal testimony of Gaius. Former civilian of Werlyt was orphaned at a young age when an epidemic killed his parents. He was later fostered by Gaius and was raised alongside several others in an imperial orphanage. He was known for being extroverted and outgoing, and his lack of restraint often made him the centre of attention. This was accompanied by an explosive temper, and he'd often confront those he believed were threatening his foster systems, with little regard for rank or social status. He later joined the weapon project in order to support his foster brother, Alphonse. His final mission was to pilot the Emerald weapon, which ended with him becoming fused with the core and perishing shortly after. Estimated age time of death, 18. Well, folks, with that, I think it is time for us to end things here. I am going to say thank you so much for watching. It is very much appreciated, and I do hope that you enjoyed. Goodness, this stream has gone on forever. Well, I will be streaming Higurashi When They Cry, Matsuri Bayashi. That will be happening. Oh, I'm streaming Higurashi When They Cry, Matsuri Bayashi. Close enough. Close enough. Anyway, that will be happening tomorrow. It is the final chapter of the main bunch of the Higurashi story arcs, and I'm excited to start. Then on Saturday it'll be Nier Automata, where we are going to be finishing Route B, and maybe we'll finish Route C by the time 5.5 is out. Then on Sunday it'll be Destiny 2. I'm not sure yet what I'll be doing, but I'm sure it'll be fun. And then next Tuesday it'll be Final Fantasy XIV, where I will be doing the Starlight event, and then probably just hanging out doing my raids and my roulettes on Maeve. I think I'm going to catch our shard up in the new year. For now, I just want to get like a head start on doing things on Maeve. I also need a bunch of coins, so I'll be running a bunch of bunkers, etc. Anyway, take care everybody, have a wonderful evening, do look after yourselves and be excellent to each other. Take care, just said that, and I shall see you guys tomorrow.